UMBC Game Developers Club Digital Entertainment Conference. This is an annual event where we present several presenters on various topics, and really happy to have you all here in person. For my folks online, hi, how you doing? We got a little bit of a shaky start with the tech, but we're working on it, and we're ready to get into our first presentation with Ryan Griffin and his presentation on making a AAA 3D prop. Take it away, Ryan.
Hey everybody, how's it going? So again, my name is Ryan Griffin. I am a alumni of the program. It's great to be here. I have done several different presentations over the years, and this time I'm doing a AAA prop. With this, I was actually doing this in collaboration with another tutorial series, but basically a little bit about me. So I graduated from UMBC in 2011. I have worked on 2 titles. My last title was working at Oxide Games, working with Microsoft, working on Aura, History Untold. I'm currently working at BitReactor, which is a new company. They're working on a Star Wars game. Some of you might have heard of it. But I'm going to showcase that a little bit later because there's some special news going on. But AAA prop, right? With that, yeah, Ryan Griffin. I also worked as a adjunct professor at Howard Community College, and I've also done many lectures, both at this school as well as many others. I am also the Baltimore IGDA president as well. So I am with the local community here with the AAAs, the indies, and bringing events together to be able to showcase everything and network with other people. So pretty much my specialty, I do a lot of environment art. I do vehicles, hard surface, props, characters. I can do a little bit of everything because I'm very well versed. But the thing is that I do have a specialization. I like to be able to work on hard surface and environment stuff. That's like my main bread and butter. But being in game development, you do a lot of different things, right? So being able to have a bunch of different skills there. Here's some link to my work here, which I will showcase a bit of that later if you wanted to connect. I'm not sure if you've heard, but there was a event happening way over in Japan, right? It was called Star Wars Celebration, and there was a game announced by a little company called BitReactor that I work at. It's a Star Wars game that's called Zero Company. So I wanted to be able to showcase something that just happened last night. So I was up at a crazy amount of time there. Star Wars Zero Company trailer. Okay. Make that full screen. Get that in high quality because I like to be able to show it. Let that buffer a little bit. Can everybody see it right? Ready to go? All right, let's go.
Talk about the big moments, the crisis points, planetary invasion,
So all of that is pre-alpha footage, but a lot of that there, if I can full screen this back. There we go. So all that was in-game content, and me and a lot of other dedicated artists were able to make that. I personally worked on the dropship, so I was like front and center, and I've come a long way from being barely able to make anything in 3D to being able to make that kind of stuff. And I really appreciate being able to go through that process. My last company over at Oxide, I was working on bigger wonders and triumphs like this stuff here, so bigger architecture pieces. And I was working with a dedicated team of other environment artists with that. So like I'm not necessarily the only one, but I did do most of these. I worked on probably over like hundreds of different assets over the years. So being able to make a lot of different stuff here. But I am trying to get you to be able to know what is a AAA prop, right? Because a AAA prop is the beginning. Like, it's something that I want to be able to have students be able to understand how to do the basics. Because if you're able to make a AAA prop, you can be able to make all of this stuff. Because as a entry-level artist in the games industry, you're not expected to do all this, right? You're expected to do smaller things and be able to do that well, right? And that's something that I want to be able to showcase here. So how to make this, right? So this is a standard like AAA prop that has a PBR texturing, which is photo-based rendering, which is a texturing technique which is popular within 3D modeling and is used for creating texturing that is working in different lighting scenarios. So this was the concept which I wanted to be able to showcase. So I'm working with trying to be a free workflow, so something that anybody can go and pick up Blender, get a student license for Substance, and being able to make this from scratch. You can do this tonight if you wanted. So from here, I wanted to be able to have a scale reference, so being able to have a humanoid form to be able to get my scale right? And then blocking out, okay, it's about like roughly this size, right? And then I'm going in and being able to box model, i.e. being able to make a box and then being able to extrude out and cut in different shapes to be able to get my shape language, right? I'm going through and just blocking out each of the parts and being able to get the silhouette, being able to break it down into its core components, working in big to small. There are different workflows for it. You can either do like additive, where you're taking one blocks and in front of another and building it up like that. That's additive. Or you can do it where it's subtractive, where you have like a big ball, right? And then you're like sculpting away different parts to be able to decrease it and subtract it down to its final form. So there's a lot of different ways to do that. But in here, I'm basically just using a box modeling here. Now with this, like if you've ever taken a shop class and you have a lathe, right? And so with a lathe, it's basically like a baseball bat, right? You put it on there and then you grind it down. And with this, it's basically doing that same thing, but in 3D, where I have a Bezier curve and I'm being able to have that curve and then lathe it around. So I'm doing that for the different forms there to be able to create one of those legs, right? And so there's 4 of them. And then I just duplicate that around. So there is a workflow called a high poly to low poly workflow. A high poly has a lot of geometry, right? And a low poly has a low geometry. Why is that? We have that because with a high poly, you want it to look really nice, right? You want it to have the sculpted form. You want to be able to make it look as good as it can get. The problem is that when you actually have that in an engine, it doesn't perform very well, right? So we want the best of both worlds. We want something that's both performant as well as looks really nice. So there's a pass which we do to be able to have a high poly. So with this, this is using a sub-D modeling workflow where I have support edges around the mesh, and I'm using a subdivide modifier to be able to make it smooth. There's a bunch of different techniques that you can do besides this. There's stuff with sculpting. Sculpting is a very useful process as well with ZBrush or Blender sculpting. Because this is a free workflow, I'm trying to have it where I'm trying to have it as free as possible. So with Blender, there is a sculpting mode in there, and Blender is free. So you can use that in a free workflow. You could go in and make this high poly and then sculpt it on top of that. Once I have that high poly, then I need to do that low poly. I would either do that from my blockout mesh, or I would re-topologize it back down. So with this, I basically went through and did a low poly version of this that has a minimal amount of geometry, but still matches the silhouette for the actual asset. And then it's going on to the UV unwrapping, right? So UV unwrapping is a process. Have anybody had those foiled chocolates for like Hershey's Kiss or something like that, right? So all of that is wrapped around that Hershey's Kiss, right? But if you unwrap that and then flatten that out to that original square, right? That is UV unwrapping. So I'm basically breaking up the surface area of my low poly and breaking up and cutting it to be able to then unwrap that and put that onto the UV coordinates from 0 to 1. And I'm having that now. This gets into a little bit of the PBR texturing side of things. So with that, I'm being able to go in and designate different areas that I want to use to break up the mesh so that later on when I go to texturing, it's easier for me to select different parts of my mesh. You can see that there's different colors here. And so when I'm in my texturing program, I'm easily able to select, oh, I want that blue one, I want that red one, right? Versus going in and hand painting out different sections, which can be a little tedious. But the thing is that doing this prep work beforehand helps you later on being able to actually model that out. You can also do something where you explode the bake, where you break out all the parts to be able to have a cleaner bake process. This is something that you don't have to do all the time, but it can produce better results. So your mileage may vary with what you need for the different solutions. But then we're going into the PBR texturing program. This is Substance Painter. Substance Painter is a program that is a industry standard for creating texturing. It's not the only one out there. This one is, it was bought by Adobe a while ago. There are other alternatives which are either free, like Instamat, which is good for students. You can also get a student license of Substance Painter as well. There's also Marmoset Toolbag as well as a few others. So in here, I am able to import my mesh, and then I'm going into the baking process where I have a high poly and a low poly together, and I have to use what's called a cage, which is that big bubbled version of it, right? So that is the envelope which is taking all of that high poly data and breaking it down to the low poly. And so from there, why am I doing this? I'm creating the normal maps, occlusion maps, and a bunch of my maps that I need to be able to bake all that data down to. All right, so from there, I'm then going in and setting up a base color, right? I want this to be wood, right? Because the concept is mostly wood. Now, the thing is that you can also use a bunch of different techniques, right? You can make this into a stylized asset, or you could go hand-painted. You could go in and do different kinds of rendering techniques for this. You don't necessarily have to do realistic with this. Substance Painter is a very versatile program that can do many different kinds of art. And depending upon the actual technique, there's a bunch of different solutions which we can go over. Hold on a second. Get some water, because I've been talking a lot. Okay. So there is a section over here which is for the library of different materials. So there is a section there for what's called a smart material. So smart materials are basically a pre-rendered group of settings that you can just drag drop onto to help get you 50% of the way, right? It's a great starting point to be able to have things that are in the right spectrum for your values and the actual type of texturing which you're trying to do. But it's not just a one-stop shop, because you need to go in and add in different kinds of things like weathering and edge wear, generators, and this is where you can actually use different tablet techniques for using brushes and generators and layering to be able to have all those together. There's a lot of different tutorials out there for being able to actually go through that process, but I'm actually going to be having a tutorial which I'm going to be giving UMBC, which is going in depth in real time, being able to showcase the entire tutorial. So I will have a final version of that later for the student body to be able to use. Okay, so with that texturing process, it's something that you don't necessarily want to have like just one part of it. You want to be able to have different sections. Now with this, it's mostly wood. So I needed to also have the different like directions for the wood as well, right? So I needed some to be like vertical or horizontal, depending upon the actual direction. You could also do like a Z up like gradient to have like a little bit of like, I don't know, like dirt or moss on the top, or maybe like dust on the top of it that accumulates on the top. Maybe you can do like sections where like somebody's gone and like dusted off like a section, or there's like a handprint, or maybe there's like some black and white like spots, or like dust like paint like speckled on there. There's a lot of different things that you can do with the age and storytelling with the actual model. So this is just one part of the process. There's a whole other aspect of it which you can get more story to be able to be infused into the actual asset. But once we're there and it's ready to go, we can go into the rendering process. There's a bunch of different ways to be able to render 3D assets, but Substance Painter actually has a in-engine renderer, which is very useful for being able to get rendering that's like pretty good out of the box. So from there, I basically wanted to go in and add a couple of post effects, i.e. being able to have like my name, being able to showcase it, maybe having some vignetting or camera effects, being able to infuse maybe like logos or different lighting techniques. All those things can be useful with being able to work with the presentation for a asset, because when you go in and actually make something, you're spending all this time being able to model, UV unwrap, texture, right? You want to spend just as much time on the presentation and rendering process, because if you have something that has like it's modeled really well, right, but then it has like terrible lighting, then it's kind of like it's okay, right? But you can actually take a asset that is like not the greatest, but you give it really good lighting and it looks really good. So lighting is a key aspect of making something. So definitely spend time being able to present your assets well. So from there, like I'm going onto a portfolio website, right? So you can go onto things like ArtStation, which is a broader community of artists to be able to showcase your art. Don't necessarily always be on the front page, because there's a bunch of really good people on there, and you shouldn't compare yourself to other people who have 10 years experience, right? So being able to have something that's more at your level and understand that you're on your journey, being able to actually go within game development. So being able to work on that process is something that you're trying to get a little bit better each day. So these are just some renders, being able to showcase the different angles here. So yeah, so that's pretty much the thing there. So how many of you are seniors? Okay, juniors? Any below that? Sophomores? Freshmen? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. So has anybody actually done like 3D modeling before in like high school? Oh, okay. Which high schools or trade programs? Yes.
It wasn't high school, but it was actually my middle school.
Oh wow. Wow, cool. Yeah.
My high school,
Carver.
Carver Center, we did a lot of 3D work.
Awesome. Yes, sir. No, sorry. Yes, sir.
Our high school, it wasn't out of school, but it was an animation program.
Which one?
I think it was like a.
Which county?
Howard.
Yeah. So the ARL program.
Yeah.
I was in the very first program in the state in 2006. So Miss LeBron and John Koschak. Yep, I know them, and I was there at the beginning. So that's the thing, is that everybody starts from somewhere, right? You are able to keep making stuff as you progress through your studies, right? But the thing is that everyone eventually graduates, right? And there's a stage where, hey, I've graduated, right? And being able to actually go out to the broader realm, and there's actually a event that's going to be happening actually next week. That's going to be for the multi-school senior showcase. It's going to be held at MICA. That's going to be on the 28th at 6 p.m. until 9, which is going to be all of the local 3D programs from the universities and colleges being able to showcase their senior projects. And with that, you'll be able to see, hey, like, how do I compare to other people? And there's also going to be AAA industry professionals there as well. So if you want to get a portfolio review or being able to actually have industry insight and being able to talk to people that are in not just art, but being able to have like programmers, audio, a QA, like everything, there will be industry professionals there. But for me, like, I am a 3D artist, so that's my focus. Like, I will be able to help with anybody who has questions with being able to help to have like a portfolio review or being able to help give guidance, because that's one thing that I have done before with different students, is being able to help with different mentorships. Because one thing that, like for me, like I actually was able to have post-college was I had 3 different internships, right? I went back and forth between the IRL, being able to have a government internship, working with like evacuation simulation, and then eventually I was able to get a AAA outsourcing internship. And then eventually that turned into my job. I had a opportunity to go to the Baltimore IGDA and being able to network, and I found out about Oxide Games, right? And so with that, I found out, hey, they're having a art open house, and I was able to go in and talk and be able to figure out, hey, what are some things that I can be better at? Because like I want to be able to work with AAAs and find out more about how I can be useful to have hireable skills, right? And so with that, I was able to have that. So next time they were able to have a open house again, I had corrected a lot of the things that they wanted me to make in my portfolio, and I learned new skills that they needed, right? And so from there, I was able to actually have an interview with the previous art director, Mike Phillips, and he was able to talk to me, and then eventually I was able to get a job from there. But the thing is that I had a lot of preparation. I was able to network with people outside of my local classes, and I was able to find mentors and getting critique. All of that helps a lot to be able to help grow as an artist, to be able to actually get a job in the industry. So it's not just a straight line. Everybody's journey is a little different, but the end goal is still the same. We're going to make great games, and being able to have the skills to do that is important. So with that, equality is king, right? Being patient with yourself, right, as well as consistent. You don't necessarily have to be like, oh, every day I'm going to do this and it's going to be a grind. Yeah, you might have those days, but at the same time, you also need to go out and like touch grass, right? but at the same time, like having a work-life balance is part of game development too, right? Because you can't like perform your best when you're constantly like focused on something. You need to be able to have that work-life balance as well. Finding a mentor is also pretty key because even in school, right? Yes, there are professors that you click with. They're able to showcase their stuff and being able to help teach you skills. But there's also many people out there as well that can help. And that's why like being able to go to the Baltimore IGDA, myself, or any of the networking events to talk to industry professionals is very good. Being able to have a very specific goal in mind is pretty important. So I can't just be like, oh, I want to make games, right? Like that's a little vague, right? Being able to have something where you actually understand what it is that you truly enjoy about games, right? Being able to think, oh, what are my top 5 games, right? Think in your mind, oh, like I like this game and that game, right? Why do you like them? Is it because of the storytelling? Is it because of the gameplay? Did you like the art of it? Did you like this one character? Did you want this like cute little thing here? Like there's a lot of different things that draw you to games, right? You need to help be able to understand why that is and think like a developer and not necessarily like a fan, right? Because we're all gamers at heart, right? This is the whole reason why we do this, right? That is an inherent nature, but there's a difference between somebody who's a fan and somebody who's a developer, right? It's a different mindset as well as being able to have a goal in mind of getting hired somewhere. Yes, you would love to have your pie in the sky, like dream studio, right? You may not necessarily get that right out of college, right? The thing is that takes time and a journey, right? The thing is that I want you to have opportunities, right? So being able to have a more specific goal of I want to work at like Marathon with the next like Bungie, right? Like maybe it's that, maybe it's the next Call of Duty, maybe it's something else, right? But that is still pretty vague, right? Because it's just a company and a direction. What about a role, right? What kind of specialization do I want to do? Because a lot of times, a lot of students, they come out as generalists. They're dabble in a bunch of different things, right? But those kinds of students have a hard time finding work after college. Finding something where you can get hired to do one thing really well is going to help you to narrow down your focus and being able to get to that goal faster, right? So having a goal, a job, a role, a studio, all of those things help to narrow that down faster. And being able to find maybe like a artist who works on the games that you want to make, right? So say I want to work on the next like Naughty Dog Last of Us game, right? I want to find somebody who works there, right? But not somebody who's like a senior, right? I want to find somebody who's actually entry level, right? And see, oh, this is their portfolio, right? This is what it takes to get in at that studio. Maybe that's not attainable right now, but maybe there's somebody else who's like a similar like art style. I can start out with a smaller goal and then get to that dream studio later. Yeah, being open to not getting your first choice is something that is understandable, but at the same time, opportunities happen. When you do well on a game, right, doors open up because you are able to show that you can do quality art, and then eventually jobs will happen where you get the opportunities to work on stuff like Star Wars, right? Like everybody knows what that is. And that's a opportunity that's right in our backyard, but nobody knew about it, right? But they knew, but they saw that I had the skills to be able to make what they wanted. In the interviews with BitReactor, they pretty much told me that they weren't quite as much interested in my previous work. They were interested in my personal work, right? And the things that I did outside of class to be able to actually get the job that I wanted, which was pretty awesome. So yeah, sometimes it's something that you got to be able to actually get good at making the art, and that takes time, right? And that's okay. And the thing is that you need to be able to surround yourself with people who are like-minded to be able to actually focus in an environment. Because sometimes there are people that might like distract you from stuff, right? But if you're able to have people who are like-minded, that can help you get there faster, as well as having a community of a people. Because one thing that takes a long time to master, right? I'm pretty much at the point where I can make anything with 3D, right? And that didn't happen overnight. I was able to start out small and then build myself up to be able to make anything I want. And having a good mindset with that is part of that key. And understanding that I can do anything that I set my mind to. I just need to find the right mentor to be able to help guide me. I will put in all the work to be able to get there. But one thing that I would hire with a entry-level, either like internship or what have you, is somebody who I know can make quality art and is teachable, is coachable. They can be somebody who I can interact with every day, because making a game doesn't happen overnight. So it's about like halfway through. I wanted to be able to talk about my mentorship, which I have within my 3D Discord. There was a recent grad which I talked to last year at that last multi-school event. He was at UB. He was able to make the thing on the left now, and now he can pretty much make full environments within like 1 year. And that's something that I want each and every one of you to be able to do. But that's something that takes time to be able to develop those skills. And it's not just that, because there's many of them that I've been able to help develop over the years, whether that is characters, props, environments, and what have you. There's a bunch of different resources here, and I can go at length with that. But I wanted to be able to open it up to questions. Do we have any questions at all? Yes, sir.
Love your presentation.
Awesome.
When it came to texture and stuff,
Yeah.
For games like Fanny Machine, for example.
Okay.
When it comes to texturing, how would you, because all the textures are hand drawn, how would you do that?
Mm-hmm. So with hand-drawn stuff, the like stylized like shading, right? There's a large spectrum of different kinds of stylized, right? With that game, does it have like a heavy cell shade or like outline effect, or is it something that is like the different, or is it more like hand painted style?
It's kind of like hand painted because
Okay.
it's set in like a decrepit studio.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
Okay, so probably with that kind of game, they're using a more traditional hand-painted style. So with that, you can probably use a program with 3D Coat. So there's actually a, have you heard of League of Legends, right?
yeah.
So with that kind of game, there's actually a famous artist on ArtStation who actually has a full breakdown of how to do hand-painted characters in the League of Legends style. And if that's something that you're interested in, I can be able to showcase that more, unless it's a different art style. But I would love to be able to follow up with you more about that, so I can understand that exact art style. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Next question. Yes, sir.
How and when did you know that you wanted to do 3D modeling?
So this goes back to middle school, high school. So for me, like I was pretty much in, like, this is circa, let's say 2005. So this is me in my like Halo days, where I'm just like, I absolutely love this game. I am playing like all of these like shooters and stuff. Funny story is that my brother, he also works at Bit Reactor with me. He is also a quality assurance a QA dev, being able to test games. He's actually somebody who has a very different skill set, but is still a professional in his field, right? And we work at the same studio. He's actually somebody who has a love for many different genres of games. So he actually broke me out of my like, I'm only gonna play shooters kind of mindset, right? So with that, I was able to know that, oh, there's these like Disney Pixar animations. I liked anime, I liked games, I liked storytelling, I liked cutscenes. I liked a lot of this stuff, and I was always very curious at heart with that. But I put the two together because I had inspiration from my mom for the art side, but my dad was very much into technology. And so I was like, hey, there's all these things that I saw as a emerging tech that I wanted to be a part of, and I saw that this is part of the future. Games is something that like I wanted to have and be a part of, whether that's like, I actually went through and did like some like movie breakdowns because there was these movie like DVDs that had like the special editions with like being able to break down movies and stuff, and they had 3D in those. And there was also the same thing but for Halo. And I saw, oh, this is how Halo was made. There's like different roles and stuff, and oh, there's like these really cool like sci-fi Covenant like environments for Halo and stuff. And it's like, this is really cool. I want to learn how to do that. And so that helped to forge my mind. And there was that ARL program that was the very first in the state. And so with that, I was able to find, hey, there's this like elective class that I could actually learn how to make 3D art. And that is my gateway to make games or movies or architecture. Like it has a ton of different applications. I wanted to find out more about it. And so that was that curious mindset that has stuck with me till I'm gonna die. Like that is something that is just part of who I am. I'm a very curious person because I'm always learning new things. Like even like different kinds of like stylized techniques or sci-fi stuff, like being able to work on trim sheets, like working with the Unreal Engine 5, like there's so many things that I don't know, right? Because with game development, it's a huge spectrum of everything, right? I can't know everything, but at the same time, having a curious mindset is very good with getting you down that path. Questions? Yes. Yes.
Are these two different things, and like they play into the AAA games by those graphic sliders in the settings, or are they the same kind of product?
So with a high poly versus a low poly, typically with a high poly, you're trying to make it one-to-one with what the asset looks like, right? You want the silhouette to be there. You want the leather and the materials and the shape to be what you want. You're taking that which has a lot of geometry to it, but it looks exactly what you want. Then you're having a low poly version of that that matches the silhouette, but is performant for a game engine, right? So you have two sides of the same coin, but with a lot of games now, it's not actually as much of the limitation for the geometry. It's more a limitation of the texturing now. Because with, let's say, like Call of Duty, where it's like hundreds of gigabytes, right? There's large amounts of, I'm seeing it. So with that, being able to have something that's performant is useful, but it's not the end-all be-all, right? And sometimes the style of the game is not what you want. You don't necessarily need something that's like crazy high poly to have a good game. Gameplay is the key to making something that is what people actually want to play. The graphics is a side benefit for it, but not the end-all be-all, right? Gameplay first is always the thing that gamers want to know about, right? So that's a thing that definitely keep in mind, that you're in service to the game being fun. Questions? Yes, sir.
You mentioned that exploding the model with like the desk makes the bake time better. What do you mean by bake time?
So it's not necessarily bake time. What I'm talking about is baking errors. So if I have a mesh where it's like a bunch of these that are like clumped together, right? The area that's like between the mesh might have bake errors. So do you know what a ambient occlusion map is?
I know what ambient occlusion is.
Okay, so with ambient occlusion, if I have models that are further apart, each one is isolated, right? But if I have them together, then it casts shadows onto other assets. So if I bake it and then move this out like that, there's a bake shadow on that one side. And so if you explode the bake out, it gets them to be independent so that I have them baked properly to be able to be used in any lighting scenario versus something that's clumped together. I'm never going to break this up. Okay? Yes?
I guess in that case, why wouldn't you just create one water bottom asset
that's the thing, is that it depends on what the asset is. So yes, like sometimes you might have a small trash pile, right? It's got a bunch of like stuff in there, right? But I know that that's going to be one asset pack that I'm never going to like really break apart, but I'm going to like populate that in different spots. So sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it is better to break it up. It depends on your workflow, right? Because sometimes it's actually better to use like tiling textures, right? Sometimes it's better to use trim textures. There's also stuff that's uniquely baked maps too, right? So those are like the three like standard kinds of maps. So who here knows what a tiling texture is, right? A tiling texture is a texture that tiles in all four directions, right? What's a trim sheet? Does anyone know what a trim sheet is? This is the thing that I wish you all knew, because trim sheets are something that is very important to make architectural and environment pieces. So trim sheets. Trim sheets has a trim in it, right? Can anybody see any trims around here? Maybe like that metal there. We also have like some areas in the back there around the actual like grates of that. There's like piping there. There's like a corded pipe here, right? All that stuff can be used on a trim sheet because it's tiling left and right. So it's not necessarily tiling like in all directions, but you're going left and right. So if you look outside with the buildings and stuff, there's like brick and there's like windows and stuff. You can have that as a tiling texture that is a trim going left and right. And so you can use that to be able to make architecture faster, and you're UV unwrapping parts of that. Trim sheet techniques is very good to be able to have as a shortcut to being able to make massive environments. Questions? Yes, sir.
So earlier on the table asset, it seems like as you were going through the slides, the edges were rougher and rougher. How do you do that?
Good question. Going back up here. All right. So on this, right, you can see that there are edges there. So that is actually a technique using a generator. So I'm using in Substance, I have to have a bake for what's called a curvature map. So a curvature is basically detecting where the curve is on two planes, right? And it's able to determine this is where the edge is, right? And so that generator in Substance is able to detect where that is on the model because of the bake. And the reason why we bake that high to low poly is to be able to get all of those maps, right? So that's just one of the maps to be able to have that smart material that's able to make that and detect it. You could go in and like hand paint that if you wanted, right? But it's probably gonna take you a while, right? So that's kind of why being able to have the setup for the bake is very useful to be able to use. But one thing that you kind of notice is that the edges are all kind of like really worn on that, right? And one thing that procedural generators in Substance have is like it does it uniform across the whole thing. That's not how life works, right? Because certain areas are going to get scuffed and bumped, right? And it's going to be different across the entire asset, right? So with that, you want to be able to use the generator, but then take away a bunch of it to get that hand-painted vibe so that it's not just shotgun like edgeware everywhere, right? You want to go in and put the artistry into the asset and spend the time to get the texturing right. Yes.
Follow-up.
Yes.
Whenever you have a different type of like wear on the edges, do you have to make a completely new asset for that, or is that something that you can bundle in like a file and just apply to the thing in the actual engine?
Yeah. You're saying when you have the final texturing in Substance, you basically export that and put that into the game as like a prefab?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I would do.
But like if you wanted to apply different levels of the wear.
Yes. Yeah. So you could have it where you export out version A, B, C, right? Like what if you wanted to have this as a different color, or you wanted a different kind of wood, or you wanted one that had like like a dusty or like a grime like version of this. You could have one model, but 3 different textures for it. Yeah, you can do that. Another thing that you could do is you can have like 2 different versions of this. You could have one that is like the traditional like undamaged version, right? That's just wood, and then you could have one that is say like dust or like grime. You can go into the Unreal Engine and have both of those together, and you can have different versions of it and have a masking on it that you can have hundreds of variations of that same one, and you only make two versions. Yep. Yep. More questions? Any more questions? Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that also works for like normal maps, for example, to like have different like texture.
So that's another interesting question, because normal maps have so going back to those 3 kinds of maps: your tiling, your trim sheet, and your uniquely unwrapped maps. So with tiling textures, those are very useful to blend normal maps together, right? Because let's say you're having like carpet and like brick, right? You could have a blend between the normal. So you can do a additive normal. Do you know kind of like the math / like colors like behind a normal map?
Kind of.
Okay, so
Might be helpful to explain.
yeah. So with a normal map, basically you have a plane, right? And when it bakes something down onto it, it has 4 lights. It has one from each direction, which gets you the different colors. Let me put up a normal map so we can explain here. So on that map there, it's a lot of like crazy colors, right? There is a purple, a green, a magenta, and a blue, right? The purple is the like base 128 color, which is the base normal, which basically has no directional information. The different colors there have the different lights that I was talking about, with the left, right, up, and down, right? So with that, this would not be easy to be able to utilize additive normals to, but with a tiling texture, it's mostly blank, right? So you're able to add those normals over top of it easier. With this, if I say, oh, I want that top left coordinate to have a different kind of normal map, that's going to look weird because of how it's uniquely unwrapped. You can do it though, and that's actually a technique in Substance Painter. So you could go in and with your selection, right, which is what this is, right, I can say, hey, I want that green section to have this kind of normal map on it. You can do that because you have that material ID map selection, which is one of the reasons why you do it, because it's a lot easier to have that. More questions? No? No more questions? Yes, sir.
Can you walk me through a streamlined process of how does the environmental storytelling come into play? Directed from the narrative team, discussion?
Yeah.
How do you make those decisions?
Yeah, so with storytelling in an environment, that's actually a really good question, because I can make assets all day, right? But if I'm making something that's, oh, this is for a horror game, this is for a sci-fi game, this is for it's like the narrative, what's the purpose behind that? And that's a thing that you want to be able to have in the pre-planning stages for that, right? And a lot of that comes down to, oh, this is like, let's say this is like a horror game, right? And so with that, like, is this like a fantasy one? Is this like a sci-fi one? Is this like a slice of life one? And it's like, oh, like, was there like a serial killer that was like going around and like had like blood splatter, and it's like, oh, there's a hatchet there, and oh, there's like a little book here. It's like, oh, I need to open that up, and then there's like secrets and stuff, and it's like, oh no, there's a code for locking that door, and it's like all that kind of stuff. You have to think about with the narrative and talk with game designers with how they want the game to actually function, because you're a little bit insubservient to the gameplay, to the fun, right? So you need to talk with the game designers and the level designers. So with a game designer and narrative, right, they're the ones that are setting the world, right? And as a 3D artist, I have to make the world look like what we want for the game, right? And so with that, I'm talking with them and being able to figure out, oh, I need to have this book in a certain location that has the code to unlock that door, right? But I need that to be changed to a different spot later on in 2 months from now, right? And so with that, I'm able to actually go and be like, oh, I need this group of assets in this desk and this lamp, and I need to put that over there, right? But that's that storytelling element of like, oh wait, maybe I need to put something on the wall with like a poster that something that I read in there alludes to that poster being there. And that's gonna give me an insight into the greater narrative. Awesome, yes? Okay, so that's an interesting question with being able to have assets which we know are being static, that are not going to move, versus stuff that's interactable, right? And that's actually a good question, because let's say if we look in a like let's say like a Vista, right? In an open world game, there's stuff that's like way off in the background, right? I will travel hundreds of hours and I will never get there, right? But I can still see it, right? So there's certain things that are in like background elements, and there's certain things that are in the foreground, right? And that has to do a little bit with like loading, as well as like how things are like rendered as well. But with things that I know the player is going to interact with, right? I need it to be a certain quality level so that when I look at it, it's exactly one-to-one with what I see, right? If I have something that is a background asset that's like supposed to be way over there, but it's like 60 polygons, right? It's probably not gonna look this good, right? When I look at it. So I have to know what the purpose of the asset is for, especially if it's for like a cutscene, right? Because like if you looked at my trailer there for Star Wars Zero Company, right? All that stuff I knew was going to be in the cinematic trailer, as well as throughout many places in the game. So I knew that that had to be a hero level asset, because I needed to be able to go up and touch everything in that environment. Now for me, like that is a vehicle, but it's the same kind of skill set because I have hard surface environment skills. But with the vehicle, it's in a way a character. It has a personality, it has a stance, it has things that open and close, it's rigged, it has skin weights, it has things that will like shake or things that move up, and it has like lights and it breathes, right? Like there's so many things that imbue that. So it's the level of detail that I need to be worried about.
I think we're out of time for questions.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Again, my name is Ryan Griffin. If you want to be able to talk to me afterwards, or if you want to know more about my 3D mentorship, please talk to me. I will happily talk to you, as well as you'll learn things that you'll never learn in school. So thank you very much. No problem.
got one more presentation until the people in here can eat some lunch, but so happy to see so many of you here. Of course, thank you so much, and we're going to get into our next talk with Michael Curran and Philip Clausen. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name's Philip Clausen. And this is
I'm Michael Curran.
Michael Curran. Today's talk is an abridged version of a talk we gave in the fall at GameSoundCon. And we added a little section just to talk about career paths, which I thought might be relevant and interesting to you guys. Just brief overview of our careers. I'll let Michael actually go first
I'm
here.
Michael Curran. I'm former audio director at Oxide Games. Just my career path was I studied at Berklee College of Music, and I'm an alumni at UMBC. At UMBC, I got a degree in performance, I forget what it was called, but anyway, filmmaking and music. And ended up at Firaxis back in 2003 and started working on Civ games. Briefly went to Stardock for a few years before going to Oxide, and where I met Philip, and we worked on Aura History Untold.
Well, actually, I met Michael. Michael was already there. But all right. And just a brief overview about my career path. I ended up at Oxide. So I went to school at DigiPen Institute of Technology in Redmond, Washington. The school that is entirely focused on video game development, but I got a degree in music and sound design there. And then I worked at a small VR studio called Eighth Shore, where I worked there for two and a half years. And then started my own company contracting with indie studios in the Seattle area with two other sound designers. We just did music, sound design, and implementation. That was kind of our tagline. And then I kind of created that as a stepping stone to get a career position at Oxide. We both left Oxide earlier this year. I also teach one class at Peabody on music and sound design. So, just a brief note on career paths. As you saw on our last slide, both of us, or not both of us, but just I guess myself mostly, I had worked in contract positions and as an employee. And it's a question that we kind of often get asked, like, which one is better? What should I try to be doing? There's pros and cons to either method, which we listed out here. But just a general note is that a lot of people start earlier in their career contracting on those indie games, and then they land at employed positions where they learn a lot of the tricks of the trade, you make the connections that kind of build your career, and then eventually people end up contracting again towards the end of their careers because they get to do the specific job that they want to do. Audio, there's a lot of different jobs that you can do. You can be working with voiceover, you can be a composer, you can specialize in environment, sound design, recording, all these different areas. And so that's kind of just the career path. Is there anything you wanted to add there?
No, just that, just that my whole career has been as an employee. And I kind of have always looked at contracting as a place that I want to end up, as I get older, and I'm old now. So I'm getting there. I have a couple of possibilities for employment coming up, but I'm also looking into contracting. And yeah.
I just wanted to explain my question mark there in job security. The video games industry is a highly volatile industry. Everyone hears every year, lots of layoffs at this company or another company. Yes, so as an employee at a company, you're not often thinking about your next gig as much as you are if you're contracting. So yeah, you are a little bit more secure, but as we found out this year, it's not always this most secure thing. Just our take on the games industry right now. Like I said earlier, it's volatile. It feels like it's going a little bit of a down right now. And I think that's kind of following this shift from really, really big AAA publishers and AAA companies moving to smaller budget games and smaller sized companies. This is due to some big failures, and also just that it's not really affordable unless you're a #1 hit to make an $80 million game anymore. You have to be a #1 hit for the company to survive. So that's just the trend we've been noticing. And we just listed a number of local game companies there in case you're looking for work in the area. Anything
There are
else?
more, but
There are more,
those,
yeah.
those
are
are
just
the ones we just thought.
the ones we thought of when we made the slide. Getting a job in game audio. I don't know if anyone here is looking to get into game audio.
That's a
Yeah?
good question.
Awesome. This is for you. The whole presentation's for you. Maybe you do too. Okay.
Any composers?
Yeah, awesome. Okay, cool.
Great.
And Derek over there does music as well. Yeah, Derek, yeah. So my take on this is that experience is kind of king for getting a game audio position at a game company. And to do that, to get experience, you have to be working in games. So I always encourage my students to get out into the industry, create indie games, start your own projects, and just create those opportunities. Because there's too many people out there making games, so the opportunities exist, basically. Beyond that, I think the next step is to create a personal website and demo reel, which shows off your skills as a sound designer and or composer. And if you don't know the resource Real Talk, it's like the coolest resource out there. It's on Twitch. It's run by Kevin Regami at Power Up Audio. He's the sound designer for Celeste. And what he does is you can send in your demo reel, and he will review it live on Twitch in front of the world and give you great feedback. But beyond getting your own stuff reviewed, you can just watch other people's sites get reviewed, other demo reels get reviewed, and kind of figure out what your competition looks like out there, what you should be doing, all the kind of trends and things. Michael had a note here on learning an instrument. I'll let you say that.
You don't want to mention SoundLister?
Oh, SoundLister, yeah, we didn't mention that. SoundLister is just the other big website that gets all of the game audio jobs. So for all the new listings show up on that website. When we were hiring, we posted there as well. So.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, this is just for me, my own opinion, and just what I've looked for in audio designers over the years in hiring, and I've hired a lot of them. And there's some dispute over this idea, but I really believe that musicians and people that have a music background make good sound designers. I just think, you know, it's my opinion only, but that's what I look for. I almost exclusively look for people with music backgrounds. Plus, I'm always looking for people to play on my soundtracks.
And I might also, just adding on to what Michael said there, I think learning music allows you to speak a common language with composers and other sound designers, so that you can, like, you know, everyone has the same vocabulary and understanding. So a couple other resources. Hopefully everyone's aware of these, but just good resources to know about. IDGA, everyone probably knows that one. The Game Audio Network Guild, if you're want to work in game audio, they're the largest accreditation body, and then also big mentorship programs there. TIG forums for indie games is kind of one of the older forums on the web. itch.io, and going to game jams. So that's
Also a local
all reasons.
organization, Maryland Game Audio.
Maryland
Is that what it is?
I hadn't heard about
Am I
that one
saying
until
that
you
one?
until
Is
you
that
told me
saying
about
it
that.
right?
Game Audio
Game Audio
Maryland.
Maryland. All right, thank you.
Cool. I look forward to.
They're very good and very passionate about audio and games.
Yeah. Cool.
And now for Aura.
So now we're gonna get to our talk. This first part of the slides is just explaining what Aura is. It's a historical grand strategy game. It's also the game that we just launched. I should probably say that this last September. I worked on it for 5.5 years, and Michael for
About
6
a year longer.
Yeah, it's about 6.5 years. Yeah. It's a historical grand strategy game, expanding on the 4 pillars of 4X games, which are explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. Aura has what we call the living world, which is just a super highly detailed simulation. So the game plays from way up in the sky and then very far zoomed in, which is cool for us because, well, cool and difficult for us. Presents the challenges because the details you can really sharpen and hone in those details, but also you have to make it sound good without any of those details pretty far out. So the game is played across 4 acts. We're going to get into
Three
this.
acts.
Oh, 3 acts. With 3 acts with 4 eras each. We're going to get into this a little bit later because it kind of helped us define how we made our soundtrack. One of the kind of innovations that we pushed compared to other 4X games is a real simultaneous turn. So that means that everyone puts in their movements at the same time. They all hit end turn, and then end turn's calculated equally for everyone. So there's true simultaneous turns. And those are just some things you can do in the game. You play with a specific leader across ancient history through the future eras. We've got a couple of them up there. Oh, they're doing cool poses. To win the game, you collect prestige points. You collect prestige by doing all the things that you can do in the game. So you build triumphs, you go to war, diplomacy, masterpieces, etc. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Michael, who's going to talk about the soundtrack.
So how many of you have played 4X historical grand strategy games? Okay, cool. So you played Civ, right? Okay. So I worked on a number of Civ games. I was lead on Civ 5, and wrote about half the music for that. So just, it's been most of my career is working in this genre. And so I just wanted to go over a few things in how we came up with the design. That includes talking about the history of soundtrack and audio design in 4X historical grand strategy games. And what we came up with for the pillars of Aura audio and the Aura sound, and how we came up with themes for the soundtrack, and use of live instruments and compositional guidelines for us as arrows. Yes. So we had 3 composers on Aura, so it was important that we kind of all got aligned on our thing. But anyway, so historically in this genre, soundtrack primarily exists as background music, and that's true also for Aura. Music is typically representative of different eras and ages, cultures, particular nations or geographical locales, and leaders that you play as. And in Civ 5, we introduced War and Peace playlists of the soundtrack that included a lot of licensed music. Civ 5 had like 15 hours of licensed music. Civ 4 had a ton. In fact, it was pretty much exclusively licensed music except for the opening and some leader stingers. So, Aura. So we wanted to do something new. You know, I've done a bunch of these games. You know, my philosophy of audio design is that the soundtrack should be integral to the whole audio design. In speaking with the lead designer, we wanted an optimistic tone. And so the first thing I wrote was the opening, which you heard a few minutes ago, which I think is optimistic. Getting into the game, we wanted to really draw the player into the living world that we just showed you. And so we had a number of ways that we did that through our design. We wanted it to be dynamic and interactive. I'd never worked on this in this genre with interactive music, so this was like a goal of ours. We wanted to use interactivity and dynamic music to support the player and their gameplay, as opposed to some representation of the world they were playing in, and also functioning as an ambient feature. So the soundtrack, we came up with themes that we were going to write and use to reflect the player's choices and gameplay, how they're doing. So it would be more personal and less representative. So we came up with 11 themes. Our theme, of course, the main theme, 3 nation themes, so depending on which leader you play as, you get one of these 3 themes, and then some more just sort of basic self-explanatory themes about exploration, peace, if you're at peace or at war, or if you're not doing so well, times are tough, or if you're doing really well, awe, or underdog, you're not doing so great, but you've got some momentum, you're making a comeback, and then wasteland, which you're not doing well at all. And so this is an overview of what we created. 116 in-game cues, roughly 3 to 5 minutes long each. So there were the 11 themes supporting the player choice and experience, and each of those theme variations, each 11 themes had a variation over time through the 12 eras. So it was a very, like, step by step through time, unlike the way Civ would typically do it, where you might get 3 different time periods or so. And every in-game cue was composed and recorded in 5 different layers that were designed to be turned on or off to create different mixes as you're playing. And everything was mixed in 7:1 surround, total of 7+ hours of composed music, not counting the mix variations, and that it's dynamic and interactive. So this is a sort of a chart of the theme sets, which show the different themes across the horizontal and the eras vertically. As you can see, some of the themes didn't get used until Act 2, and then Wasteland not until Act 3. Each theme set consists of what we call linear cues, which is just the music that plays linearly, and is mixed using the 5 layers. And vertical cues, which are really more designed to draw you into the living world. And those occur when you mouse over a citizen or an animal, and those little stingers come off the world and mix in with whatever cue is playing. So we recorded a lot of verticals for each piece of music that we recorded. And themes evolve across time. We used instrumentation and style to define the era, and we weren't really hard about like divisions. It sort of overlapped a lot in terms of instrumentation through different eras and style, you know. So we wanted like a smooth sort of flow from beginning to end of the game. So compositional guidelines. As I said, there were 3 composers, so we all kind of needed to be on board with the same goal here. And so the unifying elements that came up with were that ancient and ethnic instruments would be used throughout, but not specific to a particular culture. We're not representing China, but we can use a Chinese instrument in ancient or information age or wherever we saw that it fit. Ostinato lines that just sort of, you know, create emotion in music. So we use that extensively, as well as extended lines of repeated notes. And then finally, electronic pad synthesizers and effects throughout all the eras. All right, so these are some photos of some different recording sessions. The top left one is a viola da gamba player, and that's at Oxide Studio. We recorded that, as well as a lot of soloists. The Philharmonic Choir in Prague and the Philharmonic Orchestra, and then bottom right is the Mongolian State Morincourt
And just to
Ensemble.
This is probably a good time to mention, I didn't mention at the beginning, but the background image you see.
Well, you can't see much of it.
You can't see much of it. We'll show it again later. But those are all instruments that we purchased in-house and played on the soundtrack. We had an intern photograph them all.
And we're going to talk about that too.
Yeah.
In the production side. Yeah, that's a better picture. Look at that giant kalimba. Anyway, so the design included dynamic interactive. So the way it worked is we would have theme selection at end turn. It's a turn-based game. So at every end turn, you get notifications. And so what we did was we made a music manager that took every notification and applied weights to one of the 11 themes, and had some calculation that chose a theme at every end turn. Interactive layer mixing, the layer mixing of turning on and off layers, that happens in real time, irrelevant to taking turns, and is based on where the player locates his mouse over a particular, it takes the center region and calculates things like population, number of improvements, and just whatever we could find there to apply data to particular mixes. And then overrides, we needed an override so that at every error change we would have the R theme play. So the new variation of the R theme would play at the beginning, first turn of every error. And randomization happens in layer mixes. Also, if you don't move your camera, but you're just taking turns and doing different things, at every end turn, if you've got a mix of 3 layers or 2 layers, at the end turn it'll change to a different 2 layers or a different 3 layers, just to keep everything fresh and new. That's the Morin-Kerr State, did I say that right? Mongolian State Morin-Kerr Ensemble. And Philip's going to talk about the music manager.
Cool. So we're just going to go down in a little bit more detail about how we played all of these different themes that Michael was talking about. Because with 116 different themes, we had to very carefully decide which one are you going to play right now. So this is how we did it. We had some goals we created at the beginning of the project just to kind of help focus us in. We want it to be interactive and responsive to game state. So what you're doing in the game is reflected by what you're hearing. We wanted to play through a diverse set of themes. This is just primarily saying we wanted to play all the music that we wrote. So with 116 things to play, all these different themes, it wasn't necessarily just a given that every player is going to do like a certain mode. Maybe not everyone's going to hear Wasteland because they're not doing terribly, but we wanted
not necessarily in every gameplay.
Exactly.
A game through. Just eventually they're going to get everything.
Right. So that was like a goal we had. We want them to hear a bunch of the music. So not all the themes would repeat. It's not going to flip-flop back and forth and not consistently playing the same versions over and over again. We wanted the ability to highlight the specific moments in game. There's certain things that happen, like when you change from one era to another era. We wanted to say, play this one. Don't just play based off of the data. And the cues should also play long enough so that you can hear the theme in a way that you would get to hear the whole thing, basically. You wouldn't feel like you were missing out as like it's changing too soon or something. So we have, at a high level, we got these themes. There's kind of a 2-part system, as Michael mentioned. We've got all the themes, and those represent an emotion or state. And then the low level is the layers. So each theme and variation has 5 different layers. So how we picked themes was we created a weight balance system. So every time you take a turn, you would get a stack of notifications, and those notifications would all have a weight associated with them and a theme that's associated with them. So all of those weights add up. So here you can see on the dark purple, we've got the current turn. Those are the themes and weights for one turn, and then all these new things are the things that are going on to the next turn, depending on what you're doing in your turn. It will change, and then after they reach a certain threshold, the turn will end and change to the theme that wins out. Here we have a video showing this off. So you can see in our debug tool here, the current theme. They're taking some set number of actions, and the weights are going to update. Or they did update, not yet.
Yeah, still exploration.
Oh, okay, yeah. One more example.
look at the lower left, you'll see the new notifications coming in.
Piece 1. So now Piece is playing. So it goes by quickly, but you can see you take certain actions, certain themes get boosted with weights,
Yeah,
and then it
has to reach
changes.
a certain threshold before it will actually change. So the response is sometimes delayed a couple turns.
Right. So something we mentioned earlier, we wanted to play through a diverse set of themes. So if we had just relied on notifications, we would have been playing themes that are just representative of the thing that you're hearing or that you're doing, and not allowing all of the other things to play. Like, so if you're playing like war the whole time, like you might not get peace. So we had often saying we got to give peace a chance to play. So the way we handled this is that all the themes we added to a table of themes that have played in the current era, and the accumulated playtime of a theme rescales the weight of that theme back down. Notifications that correlate to themes have diminishing returns, which is just to say if a theme has been playing and there's a lot of notifications for that theme that's played for a bit of time, the weight that we add to that theme that's currently playing is smaller and smaller and smaller, so that other things get to play. We also introduced default themes. So we started working on music for the game 6 years ago, right? And we had to because of the volume of music that we wanted to create. That said, everyone here is a game developer, so you know that when you start working on a game, the thing that you finish with is often very different. So certain themes that we had created weren't playing. So we created this default theme as a way to make sure that those themes had enough notifications and enough
there
weights.
weren't enough notifications to put weight on them.
Yeah,
basically.
so they could play, basically. Additionally, we created this override system. This is saying that, okay, something happens in the game, play this theme. You can see in this GIF we are transitioning to a new era, from the ancient era to the bronze era. That was one moment where we said we wanted to hear the main theme of the game. So we created a system that we said, you know, play this theme, and it overrides the dynamic system there. Another thing we said earlier we wanted to keep in mind was duration, so you could hear a whole version of each theme. We said we wanted it, our goal was that it should play long enough for you to digest the music without overstaying its welcome. So you get to hear it, it's not playing forever. And to do that, we created an ideal playtime range, which was 2 to 6 minutes.
Correct.
And what we did was the weights of the other themes that are not playing are scaled to 0 at the min and max time limits from 2 to 6 minutes. Once it crosses that threshold, we just release it so that the next theme can play. A little bit on the layer system, how we decided for things to play. You can see a picture in Wise here of how we have it set up just to be a switch that's on or off. So the layers are tied to gameplay elements like resources or population of the region that's in the middle of the game view. So anytime the game view's up, there's a region and there's an array that's sent down and says what's going on in the thing in the center that you're looking at. We cumulatively add up all the weights of those different things that we're measuring, and that determines how many layers are going to play. So if there's a lot, we hear more. There's less going on, we hear less. And then those layers are sorted from lowest to highest weight, and so then we just, layers are sorted from lowest to highest weight and determine the number of layers to play fade with RPC. Yeah, so once we had the layers picked out from 1 to 6, or 1 to 5, we had the number of them that would play, and those top ones would play with the RTPC set to full or 0 volume.
How many are familiar with Wise?
We got another in-game example here of the layer system working. So as the camera's moving, you can see that the layers are changing based off of what is in the center of the camera,
It's also affected by Zoom.
which we'll see in a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. that music was recorded with the layers changing there. There's a long crossfade, so you wouldn't hear very
anytime
quick
themes
changes.
change or layer mixes change, it's about a 10-second, I think, crossfade.
So this is a cool picture to show. You can see on the left side of this, we have the different notifications that exist in the game. We've got some RB notifications here. And then we have different themes that are assigned to a notification, and then the theme weight for each of those notifications. Sometimes it's set to 0, or sometimes it's set to like more, depending on how often those notifications happen and how quickly we want it.
Or the more you add weight to,
right,
the more complicated it gets to tune.
That's the other thing. So we quickly realized that like there's a lot of notifications, and also the game wasn't fully completed. We didn't know what kind of notifications were going to come towards the end of development. So we were constantly balancing and rebalancing and doing large amounts of iteration to make it sound good. So you can see it's data driven. We have all this data, and so is the game. Part of the reason we chose to make a data driven system is because the game is data driven, and just it works very cohesively like that. We did lots of playtesting together to come up with a system that sounded good, and we could hear all of the different themes, and make sure we're meeting all of our different goals. And we did player telemetry, so we measured from playtests and other areas. And with that, Michael is going to talk about creating the soundtrack.
Okay. So now I've explained how we were going to do it. This is about how we did it. So it starts with composition, of course, which leads to MIDI mock-ups, then MIDI implementation, putting it in the game and seeing how it works, setting up the music manager weights and all that. And then getting to the stage where we were going to record this, because one of the goals with our soundtrack was that I wanted to replace all the MIDI that was MIDI of actual instruments with actual instrument recording. And we pretty much did that. I mean, we were really successful at that. I'm not going to say 100%, but almost all of it was recorded live instruments.
For the non-composers, sound designers, MIDI is virtual musical instruments, so virtual instruments to
Thank you.
sound. Yeah.
Samples.
Yeah.
So to get to the recording stage, we had to do orchestration for the large ensembles, orchestra, and the Morin-Chor ensemble, and then individual parts for the solo. Most of the soundtrack, or about 2/3 probably, is made up of electronics and solo recording. So it's a lot of separate recorded parts. And then the recording itself, and editing, mixing, mastering, and then the final implementation of what we created. So these are the three composers: me, Jonathan Peros, and Jeff Noor, who you might know from Civ games. I worked with him beginning with Civ 5 and pretty much on most projects I've done since. So we had, we all have unique composition methods. I write in MIDI. Jonathan writes a lot in MIDI, but he also records improvisationally different parts. And Jeff is more traditional, writes in Sibelius, and then finishes the piece there, and then makes a MIDI mock-up. So we had some guidelines and rules that we sort of agreed on and worked collaboratively together. This shows two images on the left of the WISE project with the 5 layers, and in a Nuendo DAW of the layers color-coded, and that's one of mine. Since I write in MIDI, that's how I did it. And there's a larger thing of it. You can kind of see the flow from MIDI to recorded MIDI to actual instruments, and you can see that 4th or 5th one down, the flute. It's very heavily edited, and so we had our mock-ups. for the first two themes, which was the R theme and exploration. And we did our implementation just to see if it all worked as designed, which thankfully it did. Assigning themes to notifications and tuning those weights, as well as the layer mixing settings in the Music Manager. All right, and so this is sort of an overview of what we did. You know, two large ensembles, Philharmonic Orchestra Prague and choir, and the Morin Chor Ensemble, and a bunch of soloists that we recorded in-house and around the world. So the orchestral sessions were a challenge and something that we wanted to do really early on because we didn't know whether it would even work, you know, because of the layer system. So all the scores were orchestrated for each layer separately. And the layers were a combination of sections. It wasn't just like the string section and here's the percussion and these are different layers. Every layer had a combination of different sections. So it took a lot of organizing and planning to get players, musicians in and out so that we didn't have to pay them for sitting around. We recorded everything at Smeki in Prague. And the Morin Chor ensembles was a little more straightforward, but Jeff Noor had to figure out how to orchestrate for Morin Chor ensembles because he had not done that before. But he did a great job, and we recorded that there. And then finally, we did the opening movie at Peabody Conservatory. We needed a choir, and so we gathered a vocal ensemble there and recorded. That was the last music we recorded. So I talked a little bit about this, scheduling the sections, smaller groups, and efficiently moving people in and out. Did I do the same? Okay, well that explains that. All right, so this is sort of the process of solo recordings, which, you know, what's that?
I can run this one if you want to talk.
Oh, sure, sure. All right, so I found this place in Montreal called La Hacienda Creative. There's a guy up there, Brian de Oliveira, who plays just about every instrument known to man and it is really good. And so we thought, oh, this is great. We'll just go up there and record all our solo parts. So we went up there for a week, and he was great, and we got a lot of useful material, but it became clear within a couple days that we weren't going to be able to get through everything we wanted to do. And we would have been up there for months, and our budget didn't allow for that. So when we came back, we kind of regrouped and rethought of how we were going to do this and decided, well, we can buy instruments. We can get a collection of instruments. We've got 4 players in-house. Jonathan Paris, one of the composers, who plays stringed instruments, plucked and strummed. Michel Menard, who was also the lead designer, plays wind instruments and is a soprano. And Philip, who's a great violinist, and he figured out how to play these bowed stringed instruments that we purchased. And I play keyboard instruments, kinda, enough to do some accordion parts and harmonium parts for the game. Philip, you can talk about this modifying of instruments, which we had to do.
So, as Michael said, I played violin, and then there was one day I came into work, and Michael's like shopping on the internet for instruments. He's like, "Here, this is a Comanche from Istanbul, or you can play that, right?" It's like, I have no idea if I can play that. So there was a big learning process, purchasing all these different instruments and figuring out what could work. A lot of the instruments didn't have Western tuning. So what we would do is we would modify some of them. The Yali timbre is from Istanbul. It's a microtonal instrument. Michael wasn't writing microtonal music, so I had to remove a couple of strings and then kind of just forget where the frets were and figure stuff out. So it was a lot of constant retuning, and like for the bagpipes, we turned off the drones so we could play melodies that would work with other parts. And we did a lot of pitch shifting. On the bottom left here, you can see an alpenhorn, which is the horn that's in the Ricola commercials, if anyone knows those. That's the kind of older commercial. But the horn is so large that it did not fit in our recording room. So he had to stand out in the hallway to the chagrin of all the other developers. And yeah, Mac.
Okay. So, we really didn't cut it as brass players. Brass is like, I don't know, I think it's the hardest instrument. But Philip gave it his best effort and did not cut it.
Yeah.
And so we reached out to some local players, which led to more local players, and we got this whole crew of people in the area, in Baltimore and DC area, that were able to either play some of these instruments or were willing to just do it, and they did great. And as he said, some of the instruments were single valve instruments that couldn't hit all the pitches. And I wrote for Alpenhorn like it was an upright bass, but we had to figure out how to make that work. These are some players that we had to go outside of the area to record. A Korean musician who played, you can see her playing the shang up there on the right, which is an amazing instrument that none of us could figure out. And Sandra Friedrich and a bunch of others that were just amazing. And we recorded many of those on site in their location and some of them online. Did I skip one?
No.
All right. All right, so in total, we recorded 3 large ensembles, 30 soloists, almost 1,200 solo parts, 12,000 solo vertical parts, the stingers that come off the world for each cue, 190 solo instruments, and 90 in-house instruments. Pitch shifting, listen, that's the Alpenhorn. Playing a melody. Anyway, you get the idea. It's doing what it can't do. And then in addition to that, with all the solo overdubbing, we had to edit every part, even if it was just magnificently played. Unfortunately, we had to chop it up and put everything on a grid because they were all playing with each other, and
There
it
was
just
1,200 parts.
and it just wouldn't work unless you put it on the grid, or near to the grid, near enough to the grid. So each of the composers did their initial mixes, and Jeff Noor did the final mix and mastering in stereo in 7.1, and we also had Dolby Atmos True HD for the OST release, which currently, unfortunately, is only available on Steam if you buy the game premium edition or however they're selling it. Anyway, so all that got tested in game and iterated on the Music Manager. And
Maybe to finish, we have a short video of that recording process, or recordings.
this is Prague. This is the only one not recorded in layers. Except for the wire. Mongolian State Foreign Choir Ensemble. And I got to ride a camel. Cool. So, if you have any questions, you can ask now.
Yeah.
I love the Civ 5 soundtrack.
Well, thank you. It still lives on.
But I was curious because you talked about like the sort of I felt like you guys had like well how do I put this the like creative choices, the more like artistic side of it when you were like the tone that you discussed with the designers and stuff like that. And I'm curious about that process of it. Like what like the intersection between like the creative design aspects and how you have to share that with designers.
Well, it was very different. It was very different with Civ 5 than with Oxide, even though a lot of the same people were involved. With Civ 5, what I was told, well, first of all, I didn't even know I'd be able to record with orchestras. That was like something I pushed heavy for and got. But they said they wanted it to, and this is the lead designer, John Schaefer, and Dorian Newcomb, who was the art director. They were very involved in the soundtrack, at least at the beginning, and wanted it to be like, they said like movie soundtrack music. So basically we took that to mean orchestral, but not necessarily, but just something we could imagine as playing as background in a movie.
So you were like the main like decision maker in
Well, I had to get it through them.
yeah.
Well, at a certain point, they let go and then they trusted me, okay? With Aura, it was a completely different situation. So the lead designer of Aura was Michelle Menard, and I worked with her from day one. Like I started right after they finished their prototype, and so I sat down with her, and she was involved in Civ 5 to a great extent. She had a lot to do with the music and the choice of licensed music. But anyway, so yeah, I just came up with, I always ask for a tone. What's the tone? Give me an adjective, And she said optimistic, And so that's what I went with, But even with Aura, at a certain point, she backed off and trusted me enough to keep it, take it to the end.
Yeah, I just add that, I think generally the process, I think what you're hinting at is how does it work working with a designer and a composer, right? I think.
You play test the game a little bit and see how the audio feels. I guess I'm just curious what creative decisions you make.
Yeah. So I think generally the way that it works between a composer and designers is you have to build trust that the composers know what they are doing and that thing that they're creating is the vision that everyone's agreed vision. Games are a super collaborative project, and at a certain point you just have to trust that these people are, we're doing our jobs. But you build that trust by, at the beginning of the project, sharing links, a lot of conversations, and then creating demos, and then something gets agreed upon, and eventually everyone's, oh yeah, that's the thing that we want to do, and we make those decisions at that point. Yeah.
And it varies depending on who the designer is, or whoever the person in control of what music's going in the game. It's usually the designer, but like when we did the expansions of Civ 5, Gods and Kings, and Brave New World, we had a different game designer, and they pretty much were hands off. So it varies. It depends on who the people in charge are and how much they care about specifically what the music should be.
And I would say that is kind of the ideal situation.
Yes.
Is that towards after you've kind of said these are the things we want to do, you establish your demos that this is what you want to do. The more that for your designers out there, the more you can lay hands off and let the composer kind of create that vision from that point on, I think is ideal for composers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably very different in film composing, where the people in charge, whether it be the director, the producer, whoever, they're probably more in it from beginning to end and very opinionated and asking for rewrites. But that's understandable because it's just the nature of that medium. You're matching very specific tones with images, Yeah.
I know, Michael, I know you were into filmmaking for a while as
Yeah.
an interest. How do you think your interest in filmmaking influenced like the scale and grandeur of like how the Aura soundtrack ended up coming out? Would you say that it played a role in that?
Well, absolutely. Maybe not ours specifically, but my career in games, definitely. You know, I felt in a good position with my background in film. I mean, I made student films, you know, and so we did everything. We did, I mean, maybe not everybody did everything, but I did the music for my movies, and so I had a very, and I was always into music. I mean, go back to when I was a kid, you know, so it was always music and film all the way through until I realized that it's really hard to be a film director. You know, it gave me a real sense of audio, sound design, matching to image, which translates completely to games, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love the idea of having the music dynamically change based on the context of what's going on in the game.
Mhm.
Can you guys talk about the process of ideating what elements of gameplay should affect the music that you're hearing, and how you guys settle on the final result?
So I think he's asking, like, I think your part of the question, I think, is related to like how we pick what kind of themes to write. So like,
So like when you are going to, say like you're now in the wasteland, so you get the
yeah.
music that makes you feel like, oh, this is an awful situation. Like how you go through deciding what are those elements that you decide to
Yeah.
musical
Yeah.
flavors of.
So I think a big part of this was at the beginning. Michael established like these are the different kind of with the lead designer Michelle. These are the different things we want to represent in the game. It's like we want to do war, we want to do peace, but we also want to do underdog for when you're getting better, when things are going up. So it was initial conversations with a designer to say, you know, these are the parts that we want to represent. And then as far as how that process, like how we made that like possible, that was that whole music manager system where we say, we decided to use notification system because the notifications really take into account most aspects of the game. It's any kind of notification from like seeing a new enemy or a nuclear bomb being dropped, and now there's Wasteland. I should get a big weight for that. So
That'll do it.
yeah. So really, it's that notification system that's telling us, you know, this is what's happening in the whole game, and then from that we were able to say, this is the kind of music you want to hear, and each of those themes have like an emotional context, right? So the war theme's a little bit more angry, and the peace theme's a little bit more lighter. So yeah, does that answer the question? Yeah, go.
I'll add to that just in that, you know, knew going into this that, you know, given the genre, it's not a first-person shooter. It's not a movie where I'm matching music to every moment, second of action, you know. That wasn't what we were trying to do. You couldn't do that in this genre because we don't know where they are. We don't know where the player is putting the camera. We don't know what they're doing, you know. So it was like a mix of goals and motives where we wanted the music to be dynamic and reflective of what the player was doing. So we used the notification system and the layer system for where the camera was and what's in that part of the world. But at the same time, we knew that it wasn't going to change on a dime. And not only that, the war music isn't from beginning to end constantly like, you know, like you're in a battle. It wouldn't make sense in this genre to write music that way. And same goes for the war music in Civ. It's not written that way. So we just wanted it to be dynamic and interactive and, you know, using the game data in a way that we hadn't used it before. And utilizing all this music we created. And we didn't want to license music. We wanted all original music. So the layer system helped with that. So, I mean, that was the ultimate goal, was just to not get people bored of the music and find it kind of new each playthrough. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. We've talked before about the
Yeah.
soundtrack design for Aura. You mentioned that the omnipresent or omniscient camera perspective kind of presented interesting challenges in terms of like kind of immersing the player into the game environment. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you kind of navigated those challenges.
Well, I'm going to let Philip talk about that a little bit, because I think these games with the God view and the zoom ability, and you don't know where the player is going to be in terms of what he's looking at, it's a real challenge for audio design.
Talking generally about sound or specifically music, or both? Both, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah. So I
relevant.
think the music, the main way that we make it feel like the player is interacting with the music is that when you move the camera, the layer system is updating. So it does feel like you do something,
And the verticals.
the verticals, right? You do something and then the game is reacting and you can hear it. The verticals, Michael mentioned, we didn't actually show an example of that, but when you're zoomed in the game, you mouse over the people or the animals in the game, you hear a little something that is related to the current music that's playing. And so that's another way that we kind of gave that player feedback. And then as far as sound design, which was kind of my area, we just really focused on making the game sound good far out, so that you can, when you're farther out, you can still kind of get a flavor of what you're looking at. If there's like a giant building or something happening that you can see from out there, you could hear that still. But then as you zoomed in, you got more and more detail. You could hear people, you can hear the animals. We just went way overboard with trying to play sound from everything.
And the listener position.
And the listener position. So yeah, all the sounds are 3D located in the game, so that they're all in the map. And it was a point, quickly became a point where we were just cutting stuff because there was way too much sound playing from all the different areas. We were overloading our audio engine, so we couldn't even tell what was happening because there were so many sounds playing. So, yeah, you got time for one more, or are we out of time here?
Well, we've got one question from YouTube chat, and then
Sure.
we'll probably have to cut it off so
We can chat with you after, sorry.
we'll have to cut it off so we can go to lunch.
Sure.
I'm sure people in person can probably ask you guys questions during that time.
Yep.
Stephen Cromwell asks, would it be worthwhile for a game composer to learn a little code programming for audio implementation?
Definitely learn what Wise can do, or whatever middleware the game is using. But that's, pretty important.
Yeah, I just add that, I think the more you can be a jack of all trades in game development, especially in game audio, the better. The more things you know, the more easy it is to collaborate with other people. And I will say, on job postings I've been looking at, more often than not, they want you to know implementation at middleware, and then they also want you to be able to script. So in addition to being a recording engineer, a musician, a composer, sound design, all those other things, you should also be able to do the game-related stuff. A little bit of scripting and implementation. Yeah.
Yeah, it was different. When I started, it was you made the sound and they just did something with it. And we didn't have much say beyond that. I just want to finish up by saying one thing. We're organizing a concert that hopefully will happen in August or September in collaboration with the what is that called? The Game yeah, exactly. Working with them and the Gamers Symphony Orchestra people to put on a concert, a smaller ensemble, starting off in Baltimore, that would sort of bring in composers, local composers, to show off their work. So look for that.
Cool. Thank you, everyone.
Clap it up. Eric Lin with his presentation on accessibility and tooling. Take it away.
Great. Hello, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. Yeah, as you said, I'm Derek. I'm going to be talking about accessibility and tooling. So who am I? Hopefully you're not tired of hearing about Oxide because I'm the third person talking about Oxide, but that's who I am. I'm a former tools engineer at Oxide Games, working on Our History Untold, released in September. You heard all of this, it's fine. So the topics I wanted to talk about were tools and accessibility, which are two aspects that are kind of a little bit less talked about, a little bit more forgotten in game development. So let's define our terms. What are tools? Because tools are a lot of things. They are just basically anything that would make it easier or even possible to perform some sort of task, which is a very generic statement because tools are a very generic sort of umbrella category of things. Another thing that tools might do is show you something that you wouldn't otherwise know or notice about the game that you're making. I'll get into specific examples in a moment, but accessibility is kind of the same thing, just in a different scale. It is also features of a game that makes it easier or possible for you to perform some sort of task, or it will show you something that you wouldn't otherwise know or notice. And so that's kind of why I wanted to talk about both of these things together. So if we kind of want to put a schematic diagram for both of these things, they look pretty similar. You have what can I use to point? Okay, you can just see in the middle of the diagrams is the tool or accessibility feature that you're working on, which is kind of attached to the game making process or game playing that you're doing. And you, as a developer of the tools or as a developer of the game working on accessibility, create the tool or accessibility feature that attaches to the game and allows the user of the player of the game or the user of the tool to do their job or to have the fun that they're hopefully going to have when they're playing the game. So let's get into specific tools. Tools, as I said, could be all sorts of different things. So here are some examples of things that make it easier or possible to perform a task. Just like any sort of editor program of art, of music. I have paint.net, I have MuseScore, I have the Unity editor, I have the text editor for coding. That's kind of a lot of where I live in. When I do the programming, you're in a text editor. So any of these things are tools that you might make. Obviously, these are commercial ones. These are not ones that I would work on as a tools engineer. But this is the kind of thing that you would look at. For some examples on things that show you something that you wouldn't otherwise know or notice, this is a lot of sort of graphs and things like that. So on the right, you see the task manager. It will show you your computer usage, computer resource usage stats, or some sort of data analysis tools. In the bottom right, you have Google Trends. It's a very toy example. It's the Google search histories of Christmas and Halloween, and you can see there's a spike every year. So you can, if you didn't know what this was, you would be able to use this tool to kind of get an idea that this is some sort of cyclical thing. And on the left, I also just have, can you see pretty well? I think so. Is a compiler is also a tool in this way that will show you where something has gone wrong. It will point out to the line that you're missing. In this case, it's, again, toy example, that you're missing a colon in a Python program. But it is something that will show you something that is hard to notice without the tool. So obviously, again, these are all commercial things that exist already out there in the world. But what I do as a tools engineer is create a lot of custom tools that are specially designed for the game making process, and in particular, the particular project, Our History Untold in this case, that might need special attention that you wouldn't be able to get off the shelf. So good questions to ask when you're making tools is, what am I having trouble with? I meaning the game dev, whether it's you personally, you're making tools for yourself, or for other people on the team. So what am I having trouble with? and what is a problem that is easy to miss and it's easy to mess up. And as I said, it could be for yourself or for someone else. If it's for someone else, definitely talk with the intended users. That's kind of my biggest tip for making tools, is that you want to make something that's actually useful for the people who are using it. So you should go talk to them. And throughout the process, in the designing of what they need, when you actually make it, how they feel about it, if there's often very small things that they will bring up that you didn't think of, and it's an easy thing to add, but was just not something that was on your mind until you talked to them. And I do have an XKCD comic on the right of the screen. So tools are a thing that you will probably do if you're in sort of like a programming engineering role. You'll do some sorts of tools for yourselves, but it does become a very big project. In this case, in theory, what you have is that you have the you write the tool, you put in a little more effort in the tool, and then once you're done with it, it makes your life easier, and then your life is easier from there on out. In practice, it is a very ongoing thing. It gets real buggy, and if you are one person trying to do all of that, your workload just goes up. And this is why it's, especially in larger projects, to have a separate dedicated tools person or tools team to handle all this extra development that will make the actual development of the game easier, but it does require extra work. So specifically for the examples of what kinds of tools that I worked on, so ZData is our Oxide Games specific proprietary game format. I should mention that I'm not the only tools engineer at Oxide, and a lot of these things were done by other people on the team. But so ZData is this proprietary format, and you could view that as its own tool in that it is a way to get the data into the game in a way that does not require you to, hard code it or something similar like that. But it does look like the thing on the right. It's just a whole bunch of text in a text document, which is not necessarily the most friendly thing for especially less technical people on the team, artists and audio people or whatnot. So one thing that we developed was a GUI editor for ZData. So you can think of something like Excel, where you can literally type into boxes and things that are laid out already, so that it's easier and less intimidating. And even from there, we have specialized editors for specific types of ZData. We have crop placement data for farms. So in this example, this is a screenshot from the game. You can see 2 different farms with 2 different crops. The actual farm asset is the same asset, but all the surrounding crops are different. And the way we tell the game how to do that is through ZData. But in particular, it has to be a very specific kind of formatting. It can be easy to mess up. So we had a a crop placement sort of attachment asset editor for ZData that, if you use that, in theory, you would be able to use to create the ZData files without messing up syntax, without adding extra lines that are legal ZData but not legal for the purposes of crop placement. So we do live in the year 2025. We do need to talk about AI tools. But really, it's not, in principle, it's not actually any different from any custom tools that you would create otherwise. Really, all AI is that the underlying idea of what how the process of the tools works is different. There is obviously a lot we can talk about, and there are lectures and courses on AI ethics and all that sort of thing. It's a good thing to keep in mind with that. But really, from a tools engineer perspective, it's all back-end. So here's the original diagram I had a few slides back. And the difference with AI tools is just everything back-end. Once you have the tool, it's exactly the same in terms of how you use it. You would, you use it as part of your game making process. In practice, in terms of the AI tooling development, it looks a little different with there's some sort of training process. You need training data. So there are, as I said, a lot of ethics questions about where are you getting the training data, what are you using the training data for, how are there any biases in the data or the process, and really a good question to ask is this even useful as a tool in the end? Because remember, we're still making the same kinds of tools. Is the input and the output actually what you need? And so, yeah, like, again, I'll talk to the artists, talk to the engineers, whoever is using it. Maybe they don't want to have a tool that uses, I don't know, example is like large language models turning into like generating arbitrary like images is a thing that I think most artists don't think is useful, like out of the box. I don't want to speak for artists, but that's the sense I get. So like, there's obviously a lot of hype about AI. Don't necessarily believe all of it, but it is a thing that exists in this year, so be aware of it for sure. So now just to move on to the other half of this is accessibility ideas. So accessibility, again, it can mean a lot of things. And here are some examples of ways that it can make it easier or possible to perform some sort of task for people in a game. So accessibility things are like controller remapping. In the extreme case, you will have different kinds of controllers that will have really different kinds of button inputs. So if you have some issues with mobility, you would be able to customize what kinds of buttons are mapped to what inputs. The Xbox adaptive controller is very good for, it was a pretty big deal when it came out in terms of furthering this area for people who need that sort of thing. But also this is a screenshot from our History Untold's like menu. Just remapping keys in general is useful even without a specialized controller. So that's another accessibility thing. It makes it easier or sometimes even possible at all for people to do things or without pain, for example, if they're like repetitive stress movements of doing the same thing with the mouse over and over. It makes it easier with if you can map things onto the keyboard. There are also ways that you don't think of as accessibility things like motion sickness. This is example from Botany Manor, which is, there are some camera settings that allow you to adjust how quickly or how zoomed in the cameras are, which can help with motion sickness. I do have trouble with motion sickness a lot when playing games. So this sort of thing is very, very much appreciated. And then the other half of accessibility that I was talking about was showing you things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to know or notice. I think this is a lot of what we think about when we think of accessibility. Things like the captions on a cutscene. If you aren't able to hear, maybe you have the sound turned off, maybe you just have harder time hearing in general. This is something that will let you still access and still understand what's going on and what's being said. So here are three things from our History Untold that are kind of in this category of showing you what you would or wouldn't notice. So for example, high contrast text in the top left. Like it can be a little bit hard. I found the black on purple in particular was a little bit harder for me to read. So we do have ways of making the text stand out a lot more. Or in the top right, for screen reader compatibility, this was a big thing for what I personally worked on the last few months of the game, was screen reader compatibility. So people who are blind or low vision or otherwise need help with seeing the screen, will use screen reader tools, NVDA, not NVIDIA, which is one of these screen reader tools. Actually comes with a speech viewer, which is what you actually see. I can't depict speech in a screenshot. So this is actually a useful tool within the tool, tool within accessibility that allows the developers who aren't familiar with the screen readers to have like a visual representation of what is being said by the screen reader. So just like a dip back into tooling, like this was a very useful thing when developing sort of this screen reader feature. So yes, so what this is showing is when you hover over the in-game text, it will read out what is said, and the icon names, for example, will also be read out, like the research icon is read out as research. And yeah, more simply at the bottom is just font size adjustment. Sometimes things can be too small, and it is good to be able to zoom in. We actually even have a full screen zoom in feature, which again, I don't really know how to show on a screenshot like this, but there are a bunch of things like this which will make it easier for different kinds of players to be able to tell what's going on in the game. And often these are things that we don't think about, but it can be a good thing to think about and do in games. So next slide, one thing that, one term that I haven't brought up yet is the term disability. And I do want to like cover that term. So there is a large actually community of people who are disabled in the US. It's probably a higher percentage than you would think. It is more than 1 in 4, 28%. This is statistics from the CDC. One possible reason why it's not something you would think of as being so common is that there's a lot of different kinds of disability, as you see on the right. So cognition, mobility, independent living, hearing, vision, self-care. Not all of these are relevant to games. Usually you see accessibility features categorized as 4 of those things on the right. So cognition, mobility, hearing, and vision. So those are kind of the categories of disability that you would generally most commonly think of when working on accessibility in games. And the other reason why this number is higher than you probably think is just that a lot of disabilities are not things that you will be able to tell. They're called invisible disabilities, which is when you can interact with a person and not know that they have this disability. Things like chronic pain is not a thing you would know that a person is dealing with just by talking to them or seeing them. So a lot of disabilities go like unnoticed in that respect. So yeah, this is a lot higher of a number than you would typically think. The number can also be even higher if we consider other definitions of the word disability. So accessibility can be useful for non-disabled players too. If you're holding something in your arm, for example, you have the use of one arm. Maybe you're a parent with one arm and working with one arm because you're holding your child, but you're like, I don't know, maybe the child is asleep and you wanted to pass the time playing a game. You have one arm to play games with. That would be, it would be useful to have like a one-handed mode for some sorts of games. Or on the left side is an example of when you have, for visual things, if you're in a very bright room and you have a screen that is just very hard to see because of the glare of the light, the high contrast modes can help with those sorts of things as well. Even if you're not like permanently disabled, those are still useful as a player. And some definitions of disability will define disability as needing accessibility features. So yes, there are for example, blind people who will just have no sight at all permanently. But if you are in a situation where like maybe you come out of a doctor's office with your eyes dilated and you cannot see, you are disabled in that temporarily. And so, or even, as I said, if you have like a phone in the bright light and you cannot see the screen and it would be good to have some sort of audio thing, you could be considered situationally disabled in that case. And from this perspective, from this definition of disability, everyone is disabled at different points in their lives. So like that 25% number could be raised to 100% in some senses of the word. So like accessibility can really impact more people than you would think. So then we go into like how you actually implement accessibility. The thing is, as I said, there are a lot of different kinds of accessibility. You can't, it's not like a single thing you implement and then you're done with accessibility. Like there are a lot of different things. And so there are some good guidelines that will help you guide through like the most common things that will make it generally easy for a lot of players to be able to play. So we used the Xbox accessibility guidelines. We worked with Microsoft on ARA, so this is the one that we were mainly going off of. As I understand it, but I might be wrong, this is like kind of like industry standard as well in terms of like Xbox being one of the companies that most promotes accessibility in games, or one of the, like in terms of large companies that is like the best about promoting accessibility in games. So yeah, there are guidelines like the Xbox accessibility guidelines. One thing to note is that it is very easy to see this as a checklist to like try to do the bare minimum and just get the check mark on each of these points. It's obviously that's not necessarily the most helpful for actual players. So like definitely try to keep in mind that this is a checklist, but don't just try to check off the boxes. Actually try to work on the spirit of the guidelines as well. And then so also think about doing these early in the process. I mentioned that screen reader accessibility was something I worked on near the end of the game development process for ARA, and that made it much more difficult. It probably would have been a relatively easy thing to do when we were still setting up the UI systems and things like that. But because it was not on our radar at all, we had to kind of shoehorn it in at the end, which made it the work a lot bit more. And I mean, to be honest, I don't think we did perfectly on all our accessibility guidelines. As I said, we kind of did get through the checklist, but I'm not sure if we really follow the spirit of everything as much as it would have been like ideal to do. And another thing is, just like with tools, it's really good to talk with the intended users of these accessibility features. We don't all need all the accessibility features. We don't know what these people, what these players would or wouldn't need or find easy or hard to use. So as much as you can, it is a good idea to be able to include this in playtests, just hear what people have to say about accessibility. Does it work for them? Is there just something that you didn't think of that that is a problem for people? Like I think one of the, I don't want to call out audio right now, but I remember one of the things was like the like apple eating sound was like super like loud, and it was like triggering some sort of like emotional response in some people, and that was one feedback that got shared in the process, for example. So yeah, aside from the Xbox accessibility guidelines, there are definitely a lot of game accessibility resources out there in the world. This is kind of like a developing area of game development. So I'm like not really an expert, despite me standing up here and saying all this stuff. I worked a little bit on it, but a lot of it of what I've talked about is stuff that I've gathered just from being in these like community spaces, things like subreddits, accessibility, r/disability, disabled. There's specifically a disabled gamers subreddit, which can be interesting to check out. There's some YouTube channels, Twitch streamers that I follow that talk about game accessibility. Just as an example, Ross Miner and Laura K. Buzz are two that I just brought up here. But there are definitely plenty of others if you wanted to look more into all this sort of thing. And there are formal organizations and guidelines. As I said, Xbox has been kind of a leader among the like large gaming companies in this area. Able Gamers is a company specifically about accessibility in games and promoting that. They have their own version of their guidelines at accessible.games. And also, it can be a good idea to look at related fields for like what is a good idea and what is not a good idea. For the web has the accessibility guidelines of WCAG. So if you're doing a web game, or even if you're not, it might be a good idea to check it out. But if you're doing a web game, it's definitely a good idea to see what they have to say there. Or there are specific guidelines for data visualizations, making charts and graphs more accessible to people. I don't know, maybe just because we're in a strategy game sort of genre, like charts and graphs are a thing that we have in our game. And again, we were definitely not perfect with our accessibility efforts in making the graphs and charts super accessible to people. But there are guidelines for this sort of thing that are out there that are a good idea to check out if that's part of your game. And there are probably many of others that I'm not thinking of, or that I'm not even aware of if your game has very specialized features and things like that. Yeah, so in summary, so tooling and accessibility are both things that are in service to the game as a whole. So these are things kind of in the background, but they are important in the game process, especially as the project and the company gets bigger. It's like tools and accessibility get like more important to think about and to have people working on. If there's one takeaway that I have from this talk, it's just to remember to talk to the intended users of the tools of the accessibility. Again, these things are in service to their workflow in the case of tools and their game experience in terms of accessibility. So it is a good idea to talk to those people to know what your goal is with the tools or accessibility features. And finally, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Accessibility in particular, there are a lot of things that you could do, and no game is going to get every single one. I guess in principle a game could, but I think the consensus is that no game has hit every single possible accessibility guideline that they ideally would want. So like, still having more accessibility features will help some people. It's still better than not having anything at all. Or having like a mostly functional thing is better than not having it at all. But this is also true in tools as well. If you have a lot of, if you have something that helps the process, but it doesn't get you the whole way, it's still helpful to have that tool, especially as you're continuing to work on the tool and to improve it. If you get something that makes it most of the way to the functionality, if you can export like some sort of asset, but you need some other thing some external program to attach additional assets. I'm making this up, but like something like that, it can still be useful to have that tool. With the caveat that it should be hard to mess things up, because if you have a half-working tool that half the time just like destroys the asset instead of exporting it, that's not good. That's not a useful thing. That will just slow things down. So as long as it's hard to mess things up, having a partially functional tool is part of the way to having a fully functional tool, and it can be useful to have this sort of intermediate level of utility. And so that's all I had for my main talk, and I'm open to answer any questions that people had. Yes?
I saw on the chart of like different kinds of disabilities
Yeah.
of people that might play the game. The number one percentage was cognition.
Yeah.
Right? I'm curious, like, if you've developed or like know of other people who've developed accessibility features for cognition, because immediately I can't think of the features that come to mind.
So yeah, so a lot of these, cognition is, I think, the largest because it's a pretty big field. There are a lot of different kinds of cognitive disabilities. I know people often talk about like being able to like not have auto-scrolling text, for example, because you're a slow reader. That sort of thing would fit in that category. Or I don't know. I'm having trouble thinking off the top of my head. That like captions will help for that sort of thing as well. If you're like you have a hard time concentrating on a voice, or vice versa. If you have screen reader accessibility, if you have trouble concentrating on reading text, having an alternate mode of hearing the content, and I think like high contrast mode can also be a help for some kinds of like things where it's very hard for you to focus on, you know, the text or whatever it is. And I don't have a screenshot in this presentation, but I know there's, and I don't even remember which game it was. It was some sort of action game where they had a mode where the entire screen is like covered in like a blue tint except for the players, and it helps with making the more subdued all the things that aren't immediately relevant, so that your attention can be more focused on the action of your players or the immediate enemies. And so it's this sort of thing that would fall into that category. Yeah. Yes.
I have a question about that. I wonder if this is something that comes up often. When it comes to providing accessibility options for games, have you ever, at least in your experience, have you ever had a case where providing an accessibility option could have given somebody like an advantage of some kind? I think about the blue tint you just discussed.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, like, if you have certain people who put on high contrast things, now of course everybody can use it,
Mm-hmm.
but imagine you're playing like a first-person shooter or a battle royale, and you
Mm-hmm.
have the high contrast mode that makes it easier to see the person way far away, and the people with the
Mm-hmm.
default settings may see it. Do you think that's like a common type of thing, or is that just kind of something?
I mean, that is definitely a thing to think about. I haven't had to deal with it personally much because Aura isn't a game that deals with that. And generally, if it's not a multiplayer game, I don't think balance like that is a thing, is a concern. Yeah, I know this is a struggle that people have. I don't know how a lot of developers will address that personally. Yeah. Yes.
I could add something to that. Whereas I know like Dead by Daylight, which is a multiplayer online game
Mhm.
that's competitive, they had an actual inverse of that problem where players would do these things to tint the game. The devs didn't add anything official though, but the
Mhm.
players would add things themselves, and they would use it specifically to get an advantage in the game.
Mhm.
So then other people were like, well, the devs should add it officially, so that way, you know, the people who don't have access to these resources should be allowed to do this as well. So.
Yeah, so like, it is a thing that you might be accidentally give some players an advantage that you didn't mean to, but I'm not really aware of the details of how multiplayer balance works in general, but even with respect to accessibility in particular as well. So.
It's interesting to think, because it's like, while it could provide an advantage, everybody should have access to it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
gatekeeping accessibility. So
Mhm.
Even if you put it in, it's just an interesting thing to think about.
Mhm. Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question. It's a little bit of a weird topic though.
Mhm.
But it was for like accessibility as like game like difficulty settings, you know?
Mhm.
Like that's sort of like a strange thing to think about. It's like, you know, like some people don't even think of it like really as accessibility, and
Yeah, and there are a lot of things that are kind of like straddle accessibility or not accessibility. Game difficulty is one of them. Language is another one. Like literally, it's accessibility. It kind of feels like its own thing. Like localization was an entirely like a big production thing, and it was like I don't think we thought of it as accessibility feature. It was in the accessibility menu in the menus, but like there are some things like that are provide accessibility even if you don't really think about it as such. But yeah, game difficulty is definitely one of them, and in particular, like that's not really targeting like a disability, but it's just targeting like different skills of players, and that's still like sort of like accessibility inclusion sort of thing. Yeah. Yes.
I don't know if you're aware of the Innovation and Accessibility Award that they hand out at the Game Awards every year.
Yeah, I think I've heard of it. I'm not super familiar though. I don't know who won this year.
Never mind. I was just gonna ask like if there were any winners of that award that like you were like that absolutely deserves
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I know so the big game that I've heard it has like the best accessibility features is The Last of Us Part 2. Just like I've heard like they have like included again, I said like no game will be perfect, and I don't think it's perfect as far as I'm aware. I haven't really played it, but yeah, like that is what I've heard is like right now the best game in terms of accessibility features. Again, I heard secondhand. I don't know personally. So yes.
You worked on other tools aside from just accessibility tools.
Yeah.
I had a question about the internal tools that you worked on. Did you ever have any challenges getting people to actually use the tools
Yes.
that you developed?
Yes, very much so. Especially, so I mean, immediately I'm thinking of a tool that we had an old version of the tool, and we were creating a better version of the tool, but everyone kept using the old version of the tool. Yeah, like mainly you just gotta like tell the people, hey, the thing is there. It will be easier to use. Yeah, that's always a struggle. That's just kind of the sort of like social thing where I said like you need to talk to the users of it. Yeah, it goes both ways. Like you also need to let them know what is available as a tool that you're done with. Yeah.
To comment on it, what my experience has been, I make the tool and then I become the primary user of said tool.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean, because yeah, as I said, this is a struggle that we definitely did have. Is like, we have a thing. Why are you not using it? And this is really a social issue of just like communicating. Yes, this is a thing. Yes, it really is better. Or if it's not better, let us know so that we can change it so that it is better. I don't really have a good answer to like how to solve that. It's a people problem, and people are hard. So, yes.
What kinds of problems or things that you implement in games are most affected by tools?
I don't know. I feel like everything could be affected by tools. It's a cop-out answer. Yeah, so I mean, I guess I could list some more of the tools that we like. The biggest tool that we have, or the biggest one that I worked on, was like an art asset management tool. I kind of alluded to it, where like you don't want to just be typing everything into a text file, but the tool also provides like placement of where the audio source is coming from, or where an effect is like a particle visual effect is coming from or located. So like having that, and you don't want to just type in a coordinate system and hope it's right. Like dragging that sort of thing is. So that was kind of the biggest tool I think I had. But also just things, I guess I didn't get into tools for other engineers. One of the tools that I wrote for myself basically was to help with localization, like identifying which keys, like string keys were not, were still unlocalized, they were still as keys or were missing from the loc files. So scripts like that were useful. What else do we do? I am just blanking on what we've done. Again, it definitely touches like every part of the game process. People need to do things, and you have to do things with something unless you really want to type into a text editor. And a text editor is a tool too, but yeah. Yes?
In what ways have AI been affecting I guess tools in general?
Yeah. So really, like AI was only just like starting to be on our radar at the end of this project. I don't really know how much it was actually used. So what I talked about was a lot of like, in theory, this is what I've heard about, like as opposed to what I've actually had experience with. I think we did have some like talks about how we could implement AI tools in our workflow. I don't really know how far we got. I didn't personally work on any AI tools for the game. So yeah, that's my answer. Yeah, like not much, but this game was like started 7 years ago. So yeah, 7 years ago there weren't the AI tools that we have now. So yes.
When developing tools, what kinds of languages and libraries do you use, and do you target
Yeah, the latter. One thing I forgot to mention was that a lot of the tools are accessible directly in-game, which is part of the utility of the tool is that you don't need to restart the whole game in order to see something. You can adjust something on the fly in these internal tools. Actually, you saw that with Michael and Philip's talks with the audio levels. You could see them adjusting in real time. And those were tools directly in the game. So it's whatever the game is made of in terms of language. So C++ was the main one we wrote almost all our tools in. The scripting tools that I was mentioning earlier were mostly done in Python just because I personally am super familiar with Python. But largely everything was in C++. And in particular, there's a ImGUI library, a Dear ImGUI, that we use a lot for these tools. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
What's like I guess the most effort that you've put into something that like not a lot of people end up using?
Yeah. I don't know. I think like there are some tools that are like targeted towards like one specific person who really wanted that thing. But like I feel like it's unfair to say that because that person did end up using the thing and like it did the thing that we wanted it to do. But there are things of that nature that took like many weeks to set up for this one person to do this one thing. So numerically it would be those sorts of things. But yeah, I'm not sure what would be a good answer to the question necessarily. Yeah, there are definitely tools that we put in a lot of work in, and then the people don't use as much as we hope. But I again don't know them off the top of my head.
Really hard on
yeah, I did this thing here. It's here. It works. Yes.
So I recall you said like you shoehorned like some accessibility features like mid and the development. So like what would you say was like the inciting incident that made you do that?
So I don't necessarily know the production like higher like decision makers. It's kind of above what I'm doing. My understanding is that they were going through the accessibility guidelines and realizing they just missed this thing or several things or something like that, and then they assigned the tasks out. That's kind of just where my actual knowledge of the situation started, but that's what I'm aware of is that's what happens. Is just they somehow missed some parts of that accessibility guidelines that they were planning to address all of them, but they, for whatever reason, just missed it.
But you would recommend doing accessibility at the start of the game as well?
Yeah, or just being aware of it. Like you don't have to like implement everything at like a prototype stage, but like just knowing that at some point you do want to target screen readers, or that you do want to have custom remappable key controls, so that you don't hard code something that you don't that you will eventually later need to like rip out of the code and refactor. Just having it in mind early on, even if you don't directly work on it, will make the whole process a lot better. Yeah. Yes.
What was the favorite tool that you either worked on or the one that you're most proud of?
So it's probably the tool I was just mentioning that was the biggest tool, the one for the artist to like put in all the data of their assets. The part of this was the timeline of things, so animations and particle effects, audio will be like just being able to let them assign times or locations to all these things. That was the biggest project for me, and so therefore probably my favorite. Yeah. Anyone else? Yes.
I was curious what your thoughts are on like colorblind accessibility features, like maybe what you were able to do for Aura in that regard.
Yeah, I don't think we had anything specific for colorblindness. I don't think we had in particular, like there's not a lot of things that it affects directly other than like the high contrast mode. I think that helps. I showed one example, but you could customize which two colors, the foreground color and the background color. So if black on white doesn't work for you, I mean, you could do whatever colors you choose. Yeah, just in general, I'm not sure we had a lot of colorblind like features in particular, because I don't think it affects our game as much. Or maybe it did. Again, maybe we didn't talk to the right people in terms of the targeted player. I don't know, but yeah. Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Katie Hirsch, take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is Katie Hirsch. I ask for you to bear with me a little bit. I just came back a couple weeks ago from visiting my sister in Sicily and caught a cold on the way home, so I'm still struggling with that a little bit, so if I'm stopping to take a drink of water or whatnot, just bear with me. But I'm going to try to do my best. I wanted to introduce basically myself and then talk about my journey through the industry. I think I titled my talk something like, yes, the games industry is volatile. My journey through the industry, but I don't need to tell you that. I can just share my story and you'll figure that part out. So just a little bit of current background. I'm currently a senior user interface engineer at ZeniMax Online Studios. I've been there for coming up in June, it will be 18 years, or sorry, eight, no teams, 8. So it'll be 8 years. 18 years is when I, kind of graduated from high school and started being here in my life. So I am a UMBC graduate. I came to UMBC in the 2000. There's nothing after that. That's when I came here. I graduated in 04, so I've been around for quite a long time. So while I was here, I had that wonderful, bushy-eyed, bushy-tailed, bright-eyed, whatever you call it, just ready to go, wanted to get into the games industry. I started out being like, well, first I like art. And I saw The Lion King and said, oh my gosh, that's what I want to do. I'll be the next animator on The Lion King. And then I went, you know what, I kind of maybe don't like drawing enough to do it 8 hours a day. I grew up on the Sierra games, which many of you are too young to remember, but King's Quest, Quest for Glory, just your adventure style games. And Roberta Williams was the known designer, and I said, if she can do games, I could do that. Everyone said I was good at math and I like this art stuff. How do I use both of them? So I got a degree here at UMBC. It took me 4.5 years in computer science and visual arts. It was at the time called imaging and digital arts with a concentration in animation. Yes, there's a reason they changed the name. So after that, or I should say while I was there, what you guys are doing now, the best thing you can do is whatever it is you're interested in, whatever you're excited about, tell anybody and everyone who will listen, because you never know who's going to have that open door and that opportunity. You hate to hear it's not what you know, it's who you know. Well, who you know helps you get that foot in the door. It's what you know that keeps you there. So you need both. You can't have just one or the other. You kind of need both of them to navigate the space. So here as a person who you could either say I figured it out at the beginning or never did, because I declared both my majors in my first semester, and I graduated with both of them in 4.5 years. Had that extra half year I had to go through. So I was eager to get in, talking to people from the industry. What do I need to do as a computer science person, and I loved the logic, the problem solving of computer science, but in animation I loved bringing things to life. So how do I use I'm trying to figure out how to use both of those together, and that led me to graphics, because that's what we have here, and that's what you talk to anybody, when I was a student, what do I need to do to get into the games industry as a program? Well, you need graphics. You just need to get graphics. And I said, okay, well, you gotta take all these other courses before you can get to graphics. So I just knocked on the door at the graphics lab and said, hi, I don't know anything about graphics. Can I start working here and helping out? And so I got to be in the graphics lab for a little while, playing with some things and kind of getting access to that, until I finally eventually got to get into the graphics courses and realized that, what graphics is? It's using math to make pretty pictures. And you know what? I don't really enjoy making pretty pictures with math. That wasn't my bread and butter. I like bringing things to life. I realized that my last semester here when I took AI, and was like, ooh, this is bringing things to life in the programming sense. And that's really what I enjoyed. So as a student, I managed asking anyone and everyone I could. I went to a panel, and the CIO for UMBC was at the panel discussing, you know, whatever about how you want to get a job or whatnot. And I went and talked to him afterwards, got really excited about I want to work in the games industry. And he's like, you know, I know somebody who has a list of all the game companies in the area and how you can connect with them. And so I spent my winter semester, mini-mester, going through that list and calling. Half of them were out of service. Half of them didn't really answer or whatnot, and a couple of them I left some information with them. Then I went and I did my spring semester, and come near the end, at the same time, one of the Center for Women in Information Technology, I had gotten connected with them through a contest, an icon contest they had, and I did some art or something for them, and I told my story to the director, and she just was enamored with it and tried to get me in the room with Deb Tillett, who was the president of Breakaway at the time. And so I was starting to make those connections, and right around the end of the semester, they were getting me in, well, let's see if you can get you in at Breakaway for an internship or something like that. And I went, they got me an internship interview. I went in there, I did my interview, but you know what? It felt like we're just giving this person an interview because Deb made us, and we don't really have a reason to have her here. And I was like, it went okay. I was chatting with the director afterwards, and she's like, you know, asking me how it went. It went okay. It's just, they seemed kind of blasé on it and whatnot. Literally, the next day, I get a phone call from one of those places I called back in this December of January or whatnot, and they're like, we need an intern. Like, can you come in for an interview? We called your home phone, you know, i.e. my parents' home back in Virginia, and we've been trying to get a hold of you. And I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll come in next week. And I came into this little ragtag shop. They maybe had 15 people in. The whole office came into the conference room for my interview, and it was just a blast. You know, I'm sitting there like, the guy who greeted me at the door had a Sierra t-shirt. I mean, talk about my dream place to work. And so we had just bantered and had fun in the interview. I had this whole folder, and I'd been playing Arcanum of Magic and Steamworks, one of Sierra's last games, for fun, while I brought the manual to read in case I got there early. I had that hiding in my folder, and so they asked for my resume, and I slide I try not to reveal what my reading material is as I slide things out. And after a little while, the guy with the Sierra t-shirt, he's sitting over on my to my right, and he goes, I see you got an Arcanum manual in there. And I'm like, yes, I love that game. He's like, I worked on it. I said, did you know there's a bug? He said, well, yeah, but we had a choice. We could have either shipped the game with the bug or not shipped it. And I said, right choice. I approve. So, you know, that was a whole bunch of fun. They said, well, they'll bring you in temporarily for a couple of days and see how it goes. And I pretty much had the job by the end of the week. So that was my my internship. I still had a year and a half left at UMBC. I did the summer. They let me stay on through my senior year, coming in every couple of days and helping out with stuff. I'd started there actually as an artist. And I was making icons for the game. It's a little space station simulator game. And they let me start doing some 3D models for some modules you put into the space station, stuff like that. It actually started with me, you know, they gave me this like Excel spreadsheet and said, we need all of these assets to go from here to here. Can you write a script in Excel? Well, they expected that to take me a week. I was done by the end of the day. So we had a lot of fun there, but it was a rocky situation. So I've got a semester left. I'm going into my second summer of hanging out with them, and well, over that semester, they've been working on this. This is one of the things about the games industry you don't really understand. There's two different types of organizations. There are developers and there are publishers. These are two very different entities. The publisher, they're the ones with the money. They're the ones that are putting the money into the advertising, the distribution, and they're the ones that are they're the one who's getting your game out there. but they're the first one who gets the paycheck when it comes back in. And so they're also normally, in a lot of cases, the ones that fund the creation of the game. And then you've got developers. All we do is we build the game. We love building games, and we get hired out to build the game. And once we finish building the game, then they distribute it, and they give us a little bit of hey, if your game does, we paid you to pay this game. You got your money. But you know what? If it sells this many copies, you get a little bit of a kickback bonus. If you get this many, you get a bigger kickback bonus, and that's usually the way it's structured. Well, on this game I was interning for, we were being funded by an angel investor, and that's an investor who the purpose behind why they're funding the game is because they want to reach a particular audience. Not because they think they're going to make money on it or something like that. They're trying to reach a particular audience or serve a particular need. In this case, it was like an educational kind of game kind of thing. So the angel investor looked at what we were doing because we were a developer. And the angel investor was funding the development, and then the goal was to get a publisher to pick up the game and distribute it for us. And so our boss, this president whose background was sorry, not to point fingers, was in music. It wasn't in business necessarily. And he kept going out and he pitched this game. This game was called Space Station Sim, and it was simulating the operation of running your own international space station. Well, he kept pitching it as Sims in space. Sims was really popular at the time, and he'd come back from these meetings going, the astronauts aren't smiling enough. We need to make the astronauts smile more. And we're like, we can't launch the SOAS yet. It's kind of a problem. So middle of my semester, going in the last semester of my senior year, before my super senior semester, he comes into the office one day and goes, so our angel investor doesn't think we're actually going to be able to finish the game, so they've pulled their funding. And so he offered to fund it through his own means. Side note, don't ever fund things with your own money. So he offered to fund it out of his own money until we could kind of pitch the game. That lasted for about 3 months until it got to a point where he basically told us, you're not going to get paid on Friday. And a bunch of people who really cared about the project, started meeting with each other and having discussions, and they were like, we care enough about this that we're willing to work for just the royalties at the end, but here are the conditions. And one of the conditions was, hey, Prez, we need you to back off and stop scope creeping us so we can actually get to the end. And he turned it into a us against them kind of thing, and basically tried to create a martyr out of our producer. I have a notepad where I drew a sinking ship when I started seeing the meeting go in the wrong direction. And that meeting ended with, let's just have lunch and come back and discuss things. And all of my buddies went out at lunch to the local grocery store and grabbed boxes to go pack up their offices. So that's how my internship ended. If the games industry is volatile, if I hadn't figured it out then, I wasn't going to. But that's how, about 6 people from that company, they ended up getting hired at Breakaway over the course of the next semester. I had a semester left. I got talked into coming back to my internship for like 2 weeks by the begging of the lead. And without the protection of my producer, I realized what he had shielded me from. And just said, you know what, I need to focus on my schooling. I'm just, it's not worth it. And I had my senior year, my super senior semester, doing my senior projects and all of that kind of stuff. And senior projects in the art department, most of you know, you're doing your final big piece, but you're also prepping your portfolio and your resume and all of that. And one of my coworkers from my internship introduced me to the concept of headhunters. If you guys have not heard of has anyone here heard of what a headhunter is? All right, we got a couple of people. So, first rule about headhunters, you pay them nothing. The purpose of a headhunter is to find you a job, but they're connecting you with a job that is also looking for a person. The job should be paying them. So you don't pay them anything up front because you're the commodity that they're selling, and they're going to get their money. So if anyone says, oh yeah, I'll help you find a job in the industry, just give me, run. That's not how this works. So I got contacted to a headhunter through one of my previous internship coworkers, and I had them helping me with my resume for my senior projects class. So I finally finished working on it so I could present it in senior projects, and my headhunter goes, hey, can I send it places? I was like, really? Because I'd been working my whole college career thinking, like, I'm banging on doors. Do you have an opportunity? Is there any? And the best thing you can do is, with a professional, is, hey, tell me about what you do, and be interested in what they're doing, what their job is, more so than, can I have a job? Because most of the time, developers aren't in a position to get you a job. And it's also a really big turnoff. It's like, all you want from me is a job, but hey, if you're just excited about what I do, that makes me excited. And if you're excited about it, then, and we create a relationship, then when it comes to time for an opportunity to pop up or something, I'm more likely to go, oh, you know what, I met a student that was really, might fit this opportunity. You create those relationships so that if the opportunity presents itself, you're the first person that comes to their mind. Because the industry is, we don't need anyone, we don't need anyone, we don't need anyone. Oh my gosh, we got something greenlit, we need like 10 people yesterday. That's just the way the industry works. I started letting my resume go out to various places. So in my last week of being a student here at UMBC, last couple of weeks, Breakaway was also hiring. Obviously, they brought on most of my coworkers. And I was starting to look for full-time jobs. My parents, in their fear that I was going to go out and become a starving artist, talked me into signing a commitment to a government contractor in the area. So I wasn't really looking my last semester. I was like, I got this government contract thing, and I guess I'll do the games industry thing later. So I just focused on finishing my degree. Said, okay, headhunters, go ahead, send it places, and then I threw my resume at Breakaway and for Axis. Breakaway was where all my friends were that I worked with on my internship. I wanted to go work with them again. So I got a call back from them. They said, hey, we want to interview you. I had a very good interview, and kind of really wanted to help out my buddy who'd become one of their art leads, who had been an art lead at the previous company I'd worked at. And he's just sitting there going, I can't explain, we love what you're doing, but you're working till midnight. Let us hire somebody to help you out. What do you need? He's like, I can't explain what I need, but she can do it. So that interview went, I thought, pretty well. At the same time, the headhunter comes back and goes, hey, there's this studio, Rainbow Studios out in Arizona wants to interview you. They flew me out my last week that I'm a student here at UMBC to Arizona, rented me a car that I picked up. I wasn't even old enough to rent a car. And put me up in a hotel that was right across the street from the studio, so I could, went on a run that morning and then got ready and went to my interview and had a very nice interview, and it seemed like it was going well, but I don't know if they ever offered me the job because I let them know while they were still deliberating where I ended up. So, Breakaway calls me back the next week and they say, hey, can you come in for another interview? Well, that's not a no. It turned out the art department was preparing to make me an offer while the programming department was getting ready to call me in for an interview. I got very confused. Like, do you want to be an artist or a programmer? We're not sure yet. So, I chatted with them and I kind of said, I really want to help out my friend. I don't have a huge preference either way, but I want to help out my friend. So I'll be an artist so that I can assist him and the kind of stuff he was doing. And Breakaway is known for what's called serious games. This is using game technology to solve real-world problems is the definition of a serious game. And the first game I was working on was for Northrop Grumman. It was basically letting them utilize, show off their UAVs. So, you know, that would be every texture map. We had to have like 5 texture maps for the AR and the IR and the various different like visuals that each of these sensors would do. So most of what I was doing was actually, I started becoming more of a clerical manager. So anyway, I ended up getting hired by Breakaway. I took that job, didn't take the one in Arizona, got to hang out with all my buddies, was an artist my first job. But I started doing most of this like managerial, like, do we have all the assets we need? Which worked well for a government contractor because they did care more about whether or not we had all our assets than whether or not we actually had a fun game. So I was helping there, but I wasn't really padding my portfolio much. So because to me, it's not really, you're not really done with your art asset until it's actually in the game. And I've discovered a pipeline error where none of our art was getting in the game. So I spent a lot of time managing spreadsheets and making sure that our art was actually getting in the game. And that worked well. I did that for about 8 months or so. And then we had, that was wrapping up. And they were getting ready to move me onto the other thing. And the next thing was like an ER simulator. And, you know, there's a reason I didn't go into the medical field. I don't do blood well. I had really no desire to look at any of that source footage. And they weren't letting me animate. I mean, I was mostly modeling things and managing textures, and I'm fine with that, but I'm a techie person, and if I'm not bringing things to life or doing rigging or something like that, I'm not enough, I'm at least self-aware enough to know I'm not the most amazing artist. I'm not going to make it as a modeler. So at that point, they gave me the opportunity to switch to programming. And I said, you know what, they're not letting me animate anyway, you know, and they offered me the opportunity to work on the UI tool. So I said, let me try that. That'll be something new and different. That probably was the one move that saved me from Breakaway's first round of layoffs. Because shortly thereafter, within a month, they had a massive layoff, and I had not been a programmer long enough for them to evaluate whether or not they liked me as a programmer. But if I had stayed an artist, I would have been gone because I had no portfolio to speak of. So I switched over to being a programmer, where I was the UI tool programmer. And I started making the UI tool better, and it was the internal tool that all our other projects were using to build their UIs. And it was, you know, not an easy tool to use. It broke a lot, it crashed a lot. You know, that's what tools do a lot of times when they're internal and you're just starting with them. And so I became the subject matter expert on how to use the tool. And so I started getting ferried out to the various projects for 2 weeks at a time. Here's the design, put it in using the tool. So I became the tool's, the UI implementer, if you will, on a contract basis within my own company. I did have a little hiatus in there where at the time the company was working on an actual commercial title. It was called The Lord of the Rings, The Battle for Middle-earth 2's expansion, Rise of the Witch King. And yes, it broke their system for longest title. Once you added the TMs. So all the copyright little things. So yeah, they realized that they weren't sure who was responsible for the intro video. You know, EA thought it was us, we thought it was EA, they went back and forth, and then they were like, okay, fine, we're gonna give you enough money for one person's time to work for 1 month to get this out. And they went, great. Well, all our designers are completely underwater trying to finish their levels. So they're out. In order to build this intro video, we have to use it using the internal game engine, which EA had given us for building the game, or the expansion. It was really an expansion. But, you know, in order to do all of this, you know, it had an in-game rendering function and everything like that. But it had to be scripted. It had to be set up, and you had to navigate the camera through and tell different elements to do different things. And so that was very technical. So they weren't sure that giving it to an artist was a good good idea. And they're like, but you know, it is actually a piece of art. So should we really be giving it to a pro? Well, wait a minute. Katie does both. So I got a little hiatus for a month or two getting to do the intro video to The Lord of the Rings, The Battle for Middle-earth 2's expansion, Rise of the Witch King. So if you look at it, you probably can find it on YouTube still. And there's my portfolio for you. And then I came back to working on UIs for these other projects. I got infuriated when I came back to this one project and the programmer had just mangled the art for the artist and stuck it in there, not to the artist's intent. I feel like as an engineer, and this is true whether you're tools, whether you're gameplay, UI, whatever, the role of a programmer is you're really a service provider. You're providing a service to somebody and helping make their life better in some way. That became more apparent to me when I was in Firaxis, but you know, I always felt, having come from an art background, my job as an engineer is to get your art into the game without mangling it. It's keeping the intent that the artist had for it originally. Unfortunately, not all engineers think that way. You have to kind of bring them along to that way of thinking. So I did that, and then I said I kind of liked this whole working on a game that's going to ship and have an end date, because the problem with tools, as you heard from the last talk, is you're never done working on them. They go on forever and ever and ever. You can always make them better. So the Battle for Middle-earth game got us enough cred with our publisher. Again, this is another Breakaway as a developer, and they get hired by publishers kind of a structure. We had enough cred from them to have gotten the Command & Conquer 3's expansion, Kane's Wrath. So at that point, I volunteered to be the UI person on Kane's Wrath, because it was the same game engine that we had used for the Lord of the Rings game, EA's internal proprietary engine. And EA's internal proprietary engine used Flash, a now dead and ancient technology, to build their UIs. And then you would send these Flash files through a black box called an EA tool, and then it would become a game-ready asset. And they had long ago lost the ability to compile said black box. So you just kind of had to play with it and figure out what changes resulted in what actions in the game. And previously, we had a designer who had done all the UI work for the Middle-earth game because he had Flash experience. And he said, if you put me on that game, I will quit, because I never want to work with it again. So I said, I'll do it. So I became the UI engineer lead for Command & Conquer 3's expansion, Kane's Wrath. And this is the also Never Burn Bridges part of the story, because we needed to hire a few other people to help me with the UI. And we hired a couple of, we had to interview a couple of people, and I recommended somebody that was a friend of mine that I'd met through some other friends that I'd worked with at Breakaway. His name was Tronster Hartley. You're going to hear him speak next. You know, he unfortunately downplayed his knowledge of graphics, and so everyone wasn't sure he actually knew graphics, and weren't sure if they wanted to hire him, but they went, you know, Katie's recommending him, and he'll be working under Katie, so it'll be a good test for her. So he would have gotten into the games industry without me. He didn't need me, but that happens to be the avenue how he got in. So we hired him, and he was under me at the time, and he was just great. Easy to manage, you know, just the kind of person that comes to you and says, you know, I saw this, 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 and this, but what's the next thing that needs to be worked on? Unfortunately, the other gentleman we hired, his story goes a little more wayward, because giving you a little bit of fast forward, at the next company, Tronster was my boss. And this other gentleman, you know, because Tronster did what you want to do if you're a games industry developer, if any job. This is not just games industry specific. You get that dream job, you just be excited to be there. You work every day like it is an opportunity, and just make the most of it push yourself, continue to learn, continue to grow, get better. The other way you do this is this other gentleman we hired who went, I got into the games industry. Life is good. And he just kind of sat there and, you know, did his thing that he was told, and then just kind of waited to get more and more work. And, you know, when it came time, because we managed to ship Command & Conquer, it was a slog. We got mandatory 8 o'clocks every night. We got crunch. Crunch is real. We did the crunch in order to get that game out the door. And Breakaway went over budget on it, and they were losing contracts in the government space at the same time. And Breakaway started looking a little bit like a sinking ship. And as it was, there started to be some contractions. People who saw the writing on the wall started running off to other companies. At the time, Firaxis and this new company, ZeniMax Online Studios, were hiring. And so they were starting to pick off people from Breakaway as Breakaway was starting to contract. Breakaway had 2 layoffs, both of which I survived, barely. They also had bad enough situations where a couple people would come to Breakaway and be like, so, I got this offer from Firaxis. I'm going to give my 2 weeks notice. They're like, it's okay, you can take it now. Because we're about to miss paychecks. So, which again, something real that happens in the industry. So, and now, side personal note, at the time I had my leg rebroken and straightened. So I had a gigantic metal apparatus on my leg during this whole summer. So I did get an opportunity. I met with one of my former coworkers who had been hired as the director of development at Firaxis. I met with him in the early spring, kind of winterish time frame, just because I wanted to see how he was doing and say hi. And we had a great lunch, and I enjoyed hearing how his dog training was going and various things like that, and it was fun. And at the end, he said, by the way, we're starting a new project over at Firaxis, and we want you to come along. We want you to join us. And I said, you know what, I'm the lead on this project. I really gotta, stick with it. I'm the kind of person who finishes what I start. So I need to see this thing to ship. And so I did, and I missed getting that opportunity. You know who got that job? Tronster. He was smart enough to bail and take that job, so he became the UI lead over there at Firaxis on what became XCOM Enemy Unknown. I stayed through the ship of Command & Conquer and the 2 layoffs that I managed to survive. By the way, somebody pointed out to me, because I was terrified about the layoffs because I had this metal apparatus on my leg. And I said, this is, what am I going to do if I don't have health care and I got this giant thing, I've got a $30,000 surgery coming up. And they said, oh, there's this thing called Cobra. And my parents were military, so I knew nothing about any of this. This was all new knowledge to me. Cobra is whenever you get health care at a company, the company is paying for a part of the premium, and you're paying for the other part. So whatever the premium is you're paying, that's not the full bill. Half the bill is coming from your company that's paying the other part of that. When you get let go, for up to a 6-month time period, if you would like to retain your health insurance, Cobra is an opportunity where you can pay your portion and the company's portion and retain your health care for up to 6 months. So I'm like, and most people find this absorbent because the company actually eats a lot of the premium. So you're talking about double or triple what you would pay yourself. But when you're looking at a $30,000 surgery, you're like, that's a deal. I'll take that. So yeah, I came again to my friend from Firaxis. They had another project that they were getting ready to hire a UI lead for. And I met with him, I chatted. This actually was the one that I was like, let's say how you're doing. And at the very end, I said, well, it's nice that you're doing well. And he's like, it's okay. I've got the check. This was your initial interview. And, let me just go, let's schedule something and get you over here. That was my experience because I was a go-getter. The games industry is a very, in some ways, it's very kiddish because everyone you work with is like a big child who loves games. In the other sense, it's a very adult industry because nobody is looking over your shoulder, making sure you're doing your work and getting everything done. You are personally responsible, and if you are not a self-starter, you will not survive this industry. You need to be able to go out, find the work, get it done. If I'm not getting fed by work, I need to go get it. I need to make sure that I'm being productive and that I'm learning and growing. So because I did that, I had somebody who was trying to pull me in over at Firaxis while Breakaway is going under. I have somebody else who I basically just called up another coworker from Breakaway and said, hey, I'm polishing my resume. Can I get another set of eyes on it? And he's like, oh, well, I was reviewing your resume and to give you feedback. I also mentioned it to my manager, and they want to bring you in for an interview. So I was getting interviewed by Firaxis and ZeniMax, and most of the programmers, this happened to be the split. Most of the artists from Breakaway ended up at ZeniMax, and most of the programmers from Breakaway ended up at Firaxis. So I ended up over at Firaxis. I got brought in to work on a game that, after 9 months of being there, got shelved, and then it never got shipped, and so I'm still under NDA, and so I still have refused publicly to acknowledge what game that was. So sorry, but it was one of the most fun games I ever worked on. So that's where I went over to Firaxis I was 9 months on this new project, which was a lot of fun, working with a bunch of interesting and cool people. And then they shelved my project because we were the only ones without a ship date. The other two had ship dates, and Firaxis is owned by Take-Two Interactive. It's not its own independent studio. And so Take-Two said, no more hiring. And so they shut my project down and redistributed us onto the other two projects, those being XCOM and Civ 5. They gave me a choice where I wanted to go, and I was like, well, the technology being used on XCOM is closer to what I was hired to do. So let me do that so I can, in hopes that my shelved game would come back. So now Tronster is my lead. So I worked for maybe about another 9 months or so on XCOM, helping with that. There's your typical iterative process of the UI is constantly changing. So you always want to be writing code in a way that is adaptable. I wrote it to what you wanted, but I wrote it so that it was easy to kind of plug and play modularly as they constantly decided, we want to count bullets. No, we don't want to count bullets. Yes, we do want to count bullets. No, we don't want to count bullets. And it just went back and forth a lot. So the UI is always, and we have the double work that most other people don't, because we've got to make it work for the mouse and keyboard and for the console. And it's basically two different user interfaces. So you also try to see how much you can reuse that same logic between the two platforms as much as possible. So after working on that, we were, the one with the first ship date was actually Civ 5. And Civ 5 was in rough shape. They decided that they were going to build their own UI system from scratch. And about halfway through that process, when they were well committed to that decision, Take-Two came down and said, actually, we're cutting your dev cycle by a year. So they were struggling to get the game out the door, and the guy who was doing the UI was still building the UI elements. So I'm still making a drop-down work. I'm still making a scroll list work. And so all the UIs that were necessary for actually building the game, because it was in full-on, close to the end production, was being done by whichever programmer happened to need it at the time. So that was challenging. And so I came in and tried to come up with some, okay, well, what's the standard here? What's going on? What's the overarching theme? And I started whack-a-moling, and this is where service industry thing came in. I always thought I'm a service industry provider for the artist. And I realized when I showed up that because there was no network lobby screen, the network engineers had not been able to test any of their multiplayer stuff the whole time. So I came in, I helped design, develop, implement this multiplayer screen and allow them to be able to have a lobby where they could start creating multiplayer games and testing all that stuff out. So yay for that. The game was starting to look like a real game. I was starting to go from, they had a great system built in where if something happened, just like they were talking about in Aura, you could capture that moment, tweak something over here on the code, and then have it update in real time. And that was great because you could totally start fiddling with, you could address the problem right there. No rebuilding, anything, very fast. So I'd finally gotten to a point where maybe I could actually play the game instead of going through every 2 seconds fixing something. And it was around that time that I got a phone call. Hey, can you come to the Fishbowl, which was main conference room? Yeah, sure. And this was about 15, 30 minutes before a big company meeting. And I got there, and there's my friend who had helped me get hired, and he's looking at his shoelaces, and looking at the other 20 people in the room, and I said, this isn't a good meeting, is it? And it wasn't. Thus 20 of us got laid off in Firaxis's first layoff. They said, that project you got hired for, it's not coming back off the shelf. And so I was let go that day before Civ 5 or XCOM even shipped. And all my friends thought I was basically in the other room. They were telling everybody in the company meeting, look around. If one of your friends isn't here, it's because they're currently getting laid off. I got, escorted to my office to pick up my stuff. I escorted it out of the building, handed off all my stuff, and then, went off to my chiropractic appointment. So everyone thought I'd stormed off. I'm like, no, really, I had an appointment, so I'm still keeping that. But I spent actually, because I'd been in crunch trying to get Civ 5 out the door, I spent the first week just rediscovering my backyard from all the weeds. And maybe get some resumes together, put some things out, but really just try to catch up on things around the house. And of course my parents are freaking out, and within a month, Day One Studios was looking for a contractor, and they decided, they're like, well, it's a first-person shooter. There's not enough UI for a full-time UI person, so we'll contract you out as a UI. Within 9 months, I had them convinced to hire me full-time to work on their UI because they didn't really have a front end yet, and they didn't really have it working in keyboard. So I ended up working mostly in their Flash UI. Back in that time, most people's user interfaces were built using a middleware package called Scaleform, which is it's a kind of commercialized version of what we're talking about internal tools being to get you through a pipeline from asset to in-game. And Scaleform was the industry standard at the time for user interface, though it was not all that great. All it did was allow you to turn Flash files into internal assets. And I got there and realized I knew Flash better than anybody else. So I said, okay, I'll do the Flash part. You over there do the C++ part because that's the most efficient way to get stuff done. To a point where 6 months in, most of the programmers thought I didn't actually know C++. Like, no, really, I know it. I'm just, that's not where my strength is right now. That's not where I'm most useful. And I'm a fill-in-the-gap kind of person. I'm a what's missing, where do we need somebody to jump in, and that's where I'll go. So that was, within 9 months, I got them hiring me full-time. Things are great. We shipped Fear 3. That went out the door, and we got started on this other internal project, and it was doing really well. We were really happy with it. I had an opportunity because as a developer, it's really hard to be like, let's go out and get the next thing. You want something for a little more stability, and so they wanted to create something that was their own. So they started working internally on this little tank game because they wanted their own IP. but they weren't getting paid for it. That was just a little thing they were doing on the side so they could get something that would become a little more long-term viable. They were getting paid for this other project, so I put all my effort into the paid project, and then, you know, come December, they went, oh, we love what you're doing with that project, but we don't think there's a market for it. And so 3 weeks before Christmas, they brought everybody into the main conference room and said, the publisher pulled the plug. So they let 80% of the staff go that day. They said, everyone in this room, if we've talked to you earlier, you know who you are. If you didn't get talked to earlier, you're getting let go today. It's rough. We're sorry. We don't like this either. You go ahead and take the rest of the day, take your time, and come back and get the stuff as you need it. You know, we'll help you out. It was a much nicer version of layoff. They treated us a lot more with dignity and whatnot, and because I had bought my own chair, which I still bring with me. That just a side note, if you struggle with back or issue, you know, it's, you know, spend the money on a good quality desk chair and take it with you everywhere, and it'll save you tons of money in back treatments on the other side. So it's worth the money. So yeah, I got let go there, and after that, you know, I'm running out of time. Go through too much stories, but so after that, I bounced around a bit. I did some contract work for Scaleform, located down there in DC area, actually, because I knew somebody who worked at Firaxis who ended up there. And then I did some other, you know, little contract works for various other places, and got hired at a startup that my friend from Breakaway had started that was immersive 3D, and it was used for, it's basically we wanted to make educational stuff, using game technology for education, which is where my heartbeat is. That's why I'm back here at a school talking to everybody. But we didn't really get any funding, and he again tried out of his own pocket to fund it, and it wasn't getting anywhere. And I was doing a chiropractic tool for them to try to get the because we were getting a little bit of money for that. But that basically turned into a fiasco and went under in about a year and a half or so. And I was tired of not really getting paid. I mean, I was taking all the vacation I wanted because I wasn't getting paid. That's what I was getting I was like, okay, I'll just, you know, I'm going to work from wherever. So at that point in time, not liking that I wasn't really getting paid, but, you know, I brought in this other guy he had worked a little bit at Big Huge, and then he came under me. He was doing a lot of the engineering stuff because I was acting producer, lead designer, lead programmer, and basically all the hats. And so he was building the nuts and bolts while I was doing everything else for this chiropractic app. And when things were starting to get shaky, he ended up looking around, and he managed to get hired at ZeniMax Online Studios. And I guess now he got hired at ZeniMax a while later, but we both started looking for other things. I got out of the industry. I went to some contract people got me in touch, and through long story short, I managed to be at Bridgestone, the tire company. I did about maybe 9 months or so working on stuff for tracking big rig tires for retreading, whatever. But that was what it took to get some webbiness on my application, because one of the problems is you go, I've been a game developer in the industry. I worked in C++. I've written my own scroll box and drop-down menu and all of this. And they're like, but you don't have HTML and CSS. So you're like, those aren't hard to learn, come on. But you can't get through the HR bureaucracy. So eventually that got me those on my resume, which got me hired at, right around that time, my buddy from Immersive got hired at ZeniMax, literally a month after I had accepted a job at Tenable Network Security. So I felt bad, like, okay, well, he wanted to pull me in with him, and I said, I can't leave a place I've been for a month. So I worked at Tenable Network Security, doing web network security work, and I got bored. After 3 years, it was just not challenging, not like the games industry. I thought, you know, I wanted to get out. I wanted to do something that was going to make somebody's life a little better, somebody's job a little easier, and I just was bored. And they finally were letting me do something like add localization into their enterprise software. And my friend over there at ZeniMax, he calls me up. He's like, really, we need a UI person. I want to bring you in. And I said, they're letting me do localization. Yay. I'm excited about that. 2 weeks later, they canned the localization, and I gave them a call back. So, you know, and it really, my C++ had gotten so rusty, I'm not sure I would have gotten hired at ZeniMax if it not had been for the graciousness of UMBC for inviting me back to be a adjunct professor at data structures. So it's debugging all your projects. Kept my C++ up enough to get back into the industry at ZeniMax. And so then that was the short story long of how I ended up now. I'm at ZeniMax. I've been at ZeniMax for, like I said, almost 8 years now, working on their user interface for the Elder Scrolls Online. So I've put in stuff like the Group Finder was a disaster, but I put it in the Group Finder. I worked on the Guild Finder. What else did I do? I forget all these things. I worked on scribing, Tribute. Well, everybody worked on Tribute. You know, so, but my bread and butter is the breadcrumbing system. I like to make that work. So the how to get to your quest and the maps and all that. So those are that's what I do now. That's how I got there. What I would say as a takeaway from all of this is be ready for whatever's going to happen. There's a difference between being ready for something and being anxious about something. How did I survive all these layoffs from I know there's been a lot in the news about game industry has been shrinking because it expanded ridiculously in COVID. It's natural that it would be shrinking right now. But it brings a lot, oh my gosh, they laid off a bunch of people. They laid off a bunch of people. It's nothing new. The games industry has always been that way. That's the part of the consequence of innovation. Anytime you're going to be on the cutting edge of something, there's going to be a lot of volatility inherent in it. And when you're talking about software, you're talking about a large upfront cost that has to be recouped on the back end that may or may not be. And so games industry typically has been you're hired for much like the movie industry. You're hired for the project does its thing, and then you go out and find a new project afterwards. We're very fortunate to have a lot of companies in Maryland here who try really hard to keep a work-life balance and a steady pace, but that's not always been the case, and they haven't always been able to do that. But at least we have a vibrant industry in this area. So how I got through it, for me personally, faith had a lot to do with it, but it's knowing that I'll be okay, trusting in the skills God's given me and the work that I have done, and being able, when I suddenly don't have a job, to say, you know what, it's okay. The other thing is having that, you be prepared, no matter where you're at, have that 3 months or so of living expenses in the bank somewhere. You need to be, if you have that, then you can sit there and say, all right, just take a deep breath, don't panic, and say, and I'm always thinking, everyone thinks that I'm always trying to be rid of my current job because I'm always thinking about what's the next potential opportunity when I talk to people, when I network, because you never know when you're going to need that next opportunity. And you want to keep all your bridges open and whatnot. So back to that gentleman who kind of took his time. I was getting recruited by all the companies in the area. He was asking for people to bring him in to Firaxis and ZeniMax, and everyone was going, I don't want to because anytime you recommend somebody, you're putting your own reputation on the line. So you want to, whenever you're recommending somebody, you're like, unless I feel confident that they're going to be successful, that they're going to contribute to what I'm doing, then I'm not going to risk my own reputation on that. So, so yeah, it's, if you have that frame of mind, that's like the frame of mind I had when I got from Firaxis. Let me go clean my house. Let me just get everything in order in my own life now that I have the time, because I knew that God was going to take care of me, and I knew that I had the resources I needed to be able to take the time to get the right opportunity next. Because if you're in a panic, or if you need that next paycheck, then you limit your options on where you can go in the next step that it may be, you know, and I know people who have done this in the industry, where, you know, work really hard, get laid off, take the next 9 months off, or next 3 months off, and then start looking. And they treat that as their vacation time, because that's just the volatility of the industry lends itself to that. But you have to be smart with your money and the way that you set things up in order to do that. So if you do that, then the sky's the limit on your next opportunity. But it obviously, it's easier to switch jobs if you have a job, but be prepared in any event, whatever it is that you're going to. And I unfortunately didn't leave nearly as much time for questions as I wanted to. I think I've got about 5 minutes for questions.
Section at the end.
Okay, but I will stick around for the 30-minute section at the end. So can I sneak in at least one question or so? Okay, so anybody questions? Or I just put everyone to sleep?
You mentioned that you had like a double major or minor in art at UMBC?
Double major, yes.
Okay, what was like your favorite like kind of art thing to do?
I mean, I loved animating, so bringing things to life in that way. My senior project was a little dragon-like character who kind of wandered in and found these colored balls, and every time he ate one, he changed colors. And I thought that was kind of fun. To me, animation, I hate this animation. Let me make my animation as real as possible. No, it's a fun. It's make a new world. Do something fun in some new space and create a new idea. That's what is fun and exciting about animation for me. So I liked animation. Probably the history of animation with Dan Bailey was my favorite class, though I don't know if he's still here. Yeah.
What's one piece of advice you would give to someone looking to get their foot in the door in this industry?
I'd say one piece of advice for somebody looking to get into the industry, I'd say start the networking now, and also just work on things, you know, outside of what you're doing in class. Work on stuff outside of that, or if you can't, because I couldn't with a dual major, make every project something that moves you toward that goal. In the art space in particular, any assignment you get, make it a portfolio quality piece. So, you know, always be working toward that. And artists have it harder because artists have to keep a portfolio. Programmers, I didn't get a chance to talk about it, but if you're a programmer who wants to get in the industry, typically I can't take my code with me from one place to another. They don't like that. So what they'll generally do is put together a programming test. And if you get through the initial like resume review, they'll throw a programming test at you, and they'll give you a certain amount of time, a couple of days or something like that. This is intended to get your best foot forward as a programmer. We did have somebody make the mistake that we interviewed of thinking that the only reason he got a programmer test was because he lived too far away to be brought into the office. So he tried to finish it in 30 minutes. So, you know, take your time on it. Don't take forever, but it usually is, here is a solution that is broken. Make it work and then do something interesting in it that we asked you to do. And what we're looking for is, can you identify the issues? Can you make things more efficient? Can you make things run smoothly? And can you identify areas of improvement and then do the task that we asked you to do? And that's usually how programmers are evaluated. And if you make it through the programming test, then the interview is just do we like your personality, do you fit with our team kind of thing. So having the skill sets sharp, being aware and ready for those opportunities, and don't be afraid to talk to anybody and everyone who will listen about the opportunities. Because one of the worst things you can do is kind of go like, I'm going to go through the job fair. Oh, they're not games. But if you look at them and start talking to them, and just because it first of all improves your networking skills. So the first time you're talking to somebody about getting a job, it's not your dream job. And then learn about the company. But maybe they do have a division that does visualizations or something like that. And so you never know where the opportunity, like my opportunity came from talking to the CIO at UMBC. You never, and he knew somebody who was like a government agency that was tracking, economic progress in the area or something. Places that you wouldn't expect could potentially hold the opportunity. So don't ever write anything off as not a valuable learning experience towards your goal. Am I past time? Or okay.
Yesterday I met my neighbor and I incidentally go to church at home. So do you go to church yourself or what church do you go to?
Thank you for that question. I am an active Christian, non-denominational. I currently go to Calvary Chapel up near my Calvary Chapel Morning Light, but I am a nerd when it comes to theology and happy to talk to anybody about that afterwards, but I won't take everybody's time with that. But it does, in a volatile world anyway, the one thing I will, you reminded me of what I wanted to say, is the number one thing that I want to tell everybody in this room, no matter what it is you're excited about that you want to do or whatnot, do not tie what you do for a living to your self-worth and value. You are more than that. You are so much more than that. You're a full person. And that is part of why I'm able to switch from one company to the next and not be upset about it, because my value as a person, my self-worth is not tied into I'm a game developer. I'm a full person more than that, and I would encourage everybody, figure out who you are as a person and don't try to tie it to anything in your life that is external to, tie it to something higher than yourself, but don't tie it to something that is circumstantial. So, thank you.
guys for showing up. Clap it up to yourself for sticking it out. I know it's a long day to be sitting here in this cold UMBC lecture hall, cold or hot depending on where you're sitting actually. But we are here with our last presentation, so give your focus and attention to Chancellor Harley and his Bits and Bytes presentation.
Thank you. Thank you all. I see a lot of familiar faces. I'll do my best not to trip. There is a little bit of cabling action happening over here. And I'll move around a lot, so hopefully I'll stay in frame for everyone watching this on YouTube or out there and about. This talk is called Bits and Bytes, and the bits is the production talk, the bytes is for tech talk, and I'm curious, who here, show of hands, is interested in doing anything involving, thank you. Who here is interested in doing anything involving production? 3, 4, okay, that's good. I see about like 15 hands. How about who here is interested in, you can also put your hands up more than once, interested in doing stuff with programming, you know, the ones and zero. Wow, okay, we got a lot here, you know, about 20 or so. How many people here for art? Like art is your thing, you know? All right, we got 9 or 10 people for art. I'm glad, because this is actually not just bits and bytes, but we also have a bonus art section. I'm gonna have a guest speaker because my art's okay. It's okay. It is a little bit better than programmer art, but it is still programmer art. So we'll have a special guest speaker come in for the end of the talk on that. But first, a little bit about myself. Why should you listen to me? You know, I'm old school Gen Xer. I was hardcore Nintendo fanboy back in the day, and I've got the pictures to prove it. I first learned about the number 32,768 because that's the number of colors the Super Nintendo could go and put out there. So after Kung Fu practice, I tell Sean his Genesis was lame because it only could pick 512 colors. Also today, I'm in the games industry like a lot of your talkers, a lot of your speakers here. I've done some AAA work for a while, so I've seen all sides of the industry. And I know a little bit about business. I got my MBA from Johns Hopkins right before the pandemic landed. Any opportunity I had to do business work, I was looking at it within the lens of someone looking at the games industry, which was interesting because everyone else there was lawyers and doctors and accountants, and I was like the one, you know, game guy, but it was fun. And even though Nintendo, and I mean old school Nintendo, the original Famicom, 8-bit one, you know, I loved that growing up, that's not where it started for me. I started even older. I'm out there. This was what I thought of when I thought of video games, the arcades. This was the creme de la creme. You know, if you wanted to play a video game, a AAA video game, I'd go to an arcade and put quarters in. And if I wanted to play at home, there weren't many options, but there was a console market. I wanted to go and get the prime console at the time, the Atari 2600. This was one of the happiest Christmases I ever had. It seared into my memory when I finally got the Atari 2600. It came out in 1977 for the low, low price of $200. And I got it a few years later. But if you did all the financial stuff now and figured out, well, what is $200 in 77 in 2025? It works out to a little over $1,000. This is also why when a lot of people are talking about the Switch 2 being, around $500 or so, it's like, people were paying twice that in the late 70s and early 80s for the privilege of playing video games because it was so novel. And the graphics on the Atari 2600 aren't quite there to what the Switch 2 is. And let me give you an example. So everyone has heard of Donkey Kong, right? I mean, no one's, right, okay, yeah. People aren't just shaking their heads or looking at me like, why would you even ask that question? Of course I know who Donkey Kong is. The OG Donkey Kong in the arcades looked like that on the right, over there. The Atari 2600 had a good facsimile of it. If you squinted your eyes, you got Donkey Kong. The sound wasn't quite Donkey Kong. The graphics, Donkey Kong himself looked more like a meatloaf monster. But if you played the arcade, you knew what it was supposed to represent. So it was still a fun thing. And that's what inspired me to get into video games, was playing the arcades, playing the home version. I'm like, how do I become a game developer? told, well, back then, the only option was you have to learn to program these video games. So picked up some basic, got on my old Apple IIe, started making games. When I went to college, skills leveled up, graphics got better, moved to PCs. Ended up making a little program in Turbo Pascal, my end of my senior year in high school, and kept working on it my freshman year in college. Little side-scrolling shump called Desert Places, and I never quite finished this game. And it's funny, but this is what I was putting out in the mid-90s on my own. Internet didn't have much information. I had to go and we had a collective of nerdy friends. We'd get together at Taco Bell and tell each other tricks to get X mode, and we'd make little games in 320 by 240 with 256 colors. And I don't think this was too bad. I should have finished this. I only got about maybe 1.5 levels through it, and then I just put it aside because I was like, this isn't the quality of the games out there. But I didn't realize what I had here. And starting something is hard, but finishing something is even harder. And that's why, if any of you are doing your projects on the side or for class, finishing the project is key. And I really urge you to do that. Because I didn't have a portfolio, when I got out of school, I did not go into the games industry. I went here. Now, this might look kind of like a jail. It's not. It's called a cube farm. And this is where I lived for many, many years. My desk is right there on the right with the big monitor and the diagram. And I actually ended up enjoying working in corporate America. I learned a lot. I ended up leading a team of about 12 other engineers before I left it. But this didn't really fulfill the reason why I got into the games industry. Or got into my CS degree to get into the games industry. So nights and weekends, even though this was my full-time job, I kept at it. I started learning this new thing called OpenGL and competed in demo competitions. These are amazing. They're still going on today. They're big in Europe, so here in the United States. Two of the biggest demo competitions are actually happening this weekend. And if I wasn't here, I'd be at home, probably with a gin and tonic and watching all these things coming on from Germany and Finland. But I learned how to do particle systems and all these things by trying to implement these demos. I wanted to make games. So it's like, what's a game I loved? I was a Nintendo fanboy, so of course, I'm gonna pull out the Zelda. Got my roommates to go and make a level editor in Visual Basic. I ripped all the sprites and put them together and had a pretty good prototype with a few of the dungeons. We were starting to work on the bosses. And then we got a letter. The letter was from a nice lawyer that said, hey, these graphics are not your property. Please cease and desist. And this is why I say for any of you who've got passionate about games, that's awesome, but do something unique. Do something original. Take game mechanics from the games you like and practice with those, but you might have to mothball your project because you don't have the rights. You haven't invented this world. It is the rights of the intellectual property holders. So put this on the side too, and just kind of kept it in the back there. So you're thinking, well, how did I get into games? I said I'm in the games industry today, but there were 9 years after I got my CS degree, getting the degree with the goal of getting into games. I didn't have a games job. And something happened about 2 years before I got into games, in the March before I actually got into the games. And it wasn't because I just started sending out resumes then. I've got here, every Mario here is a time I started to go and pursue getting into the games industry. I think really pursuing hard happened after the star moment. And I think if I had tried very hard and continued and kept pushing early on, I could have gotten on, maybe not right out of college, but maybe a year, 2, 3, or 4 years after college. It shouldn't have taken 9 years to get into games. And the one moment that changed my thinking to go and actually start pursuing opportunities that were existing in the games industry was going to GDC. And show of hands here, who here has heard of the Game Developers Conference? Most people? All right. And then hands up, who here has been to the Game Developers Conference? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4. So I can't recommend this enough. This is just some video from the first time I went there. of the expo hall. But at the Game Developers Conference, you have luminaries from all over the world coming together from all the games you've played, as well as people who are in the media that promote games, and they all show up to the Game Developers Conference, typically in San Francisco in March. I've had the opportunity to go and meet so many amazing people and people I've looked up to at these conferences, and so I just can't recommend it enough. There are a lot of opportunities to go cheaper, and if you can't afford the $2,000 badge, there's the Expo Only badge. If you become a speaker, maybe you have something interesting from a college project and all, that will go and get you a free badge. There's the Conference Associates, which is a way where you work about 17 hours a week checking people's badges at doors and helping run the conference. And when you're not working, you have a full access badge so that you can do what you want there. So there are many ways that you can go. Or you can also just spend the $2,000 for a full badge. There are ways to get in there. But from going to the conference, I realized if I'm not in the games industry, what's precluding me from just starting my own studio? It's like anyone can do it. It's cheaper than a Nintendo Switch 2 to go and set up your own legal entity to be your own studio. It's about $350, $400. And there's like an annual fee, so think of that as like a subscription fee, but you can create your own studio. And I did this when I first got back. I created Geek House Games. I got 3 friends together, 2 artists, 1 other engineer. Flash was the hotness then, and we even were able to land a little contract to make some side cash. Split between us, we figured we'd all get maybe $2,000 around taxes. We all knew Flash, so we were making a game for you all remember the Sony Milo too, right? Right? Yeah. I don't know, it was, I guess, big in Japan. I'd never heard of it, but it was a Flash-based system, and we all knew Flash. And so we made a little game. It had some progression. We said we could slam it out in about 4 to 5 weeks, put it together. It's your artillery mechanics that so many games have, but we even had a little bit of a twist on it where the levels were waves that were moving up and down. So, fun thing. Finished it, and instead of getting our $10,000, we got nothing. Because we learned that sometimes you deal with people who own companies who are a little shady. Now, we had the fortunate situation where someone at this company was letting us know that the CEO was doing a few shady things with other indie developers. So the nice part of the story is, while we didn't get paid, they never got the final code to put out there. But it was a business lesson. We learned a lot from that. It was 4 or 5 weeks of our time, and while it leveled up some of our graphic skills and some of our business skills, not too much after that, immediately. On the plus side, some of the people who had been part of this project were able to then get into the games industry using this as an example of where they had done some work. So this helped land 2 people jobs in the games industry. I still, while having Geek House Games, which I still have today, was looking for full-time employment. And after I had worked at the corporate job, I started doing consulting, doing medical software for VPs, making a startup company with a friend, making some backup software, and had done a whole bunch of other jobs earlier on, telling people, please rewind your tapes at Blockbuster. You get no love at Burger King, but you get a good work ethic. Pro note, if you ever work fast food, do not make happy faces with the mustard. They don't like that. Your manager will tell you. So, and when I got in, started making a good salary for that time in the 90s. Consulting eventually was making a lot more money. Had to go and also pay for my own health insurance, but it wasn't so bad. When I got into the games industry, I almost had to go and start back from scratch. But it was worth it, because going back, leaving my consulting job, and going into games gave me the opportunity to make a lot of titles that I'm proud of, that I think are amazing, and just opened up a lot more opportunities. So that was my very long intro. Let's talk about the bits part, the production tricks that will hopefully help you when you need to make games. The first thing, and this is like whether you're big or small, have a game journal. You know, I have in my book bag over here this journal. We do this at Firaxis too. Some people have their individual journals. We have a wiki. I'll talk a little bit more about that, where everyone dumps their information, which you can think of as a digital journal. You need a lot of people to work together if you're going to make a AAA game, because there are a lot of moving parts. Not only the UI, not only the sounds, not only all the underlying systems, but you also have all the modeling, you have all the rigging, you have the transitions that all happen inside the game. And for all these pieces to go and work well together, to work in concert, you need to go and have designs that people can look at, something that QA can also verify off of to know whether or not what they're actually playing is based on the spec. So having a wiki, having notes down is paramount, it's key. So some of these tools that we have, tracking our tasks, Jira. This is a great one. If you've used it at all, it can be a bit of a pain having to work to the Jira because you're not totally creative free-flowing, but it helps, keeps all the pieces together, helps you track it, and you know, again, it's good on the resume. If you're not in the industry, it's something that a lot of studios are using. There are a lot of different wikis out there. We use one called Confluence. I think it's the same one for the people who put out Jira. So like, hey, you know, same products. Perforce, show of hands. I do like to show of hands, but you know, it's good. We're getting the blood flowing. Show of hands. Who here has heard of Perforce? See, about, okay, a little over half the people here. Show of hands. Who here has heard of Git or GitHub? Okay, I think everyone. Perforce is like Git, but Perforce is what the AAA industry uses. We use it at our studio, previous studios that used it. As I understand, Riot uses it. Perforce is the big dog in the games industry. Miro is relatively new, but if you need to diagram, if you need to make UML diagrams, if you need to make UX diagrams, if you need to make a company hierarchy of who's where, Miro has got a whole bunch of different charting options. And last, for chatting, you know, Slack is where it's at. We're a remote world now. I'm sure everyone has heard of Slack. Most all these tools are free. Slack, I don't know if there's a free one or not on Slack. There might be some strings that are attached, but if you swap out Slack for Discord, you have a stack that you as a indie studio or as a solo developer or as a group who's doing a capstone project can be working on together. These are all amazing tools. I recommend familiarizing them early on. Maybe not all at once. If you haven't used them all, maybe on one project, introduce one tool at a time. I recommend Perforce, which I believe is free for 4 or 5 users. If you find your most technical person and you go and buy them, you know, a lot of caffeinated beverages and you say, hey, could you set up a Perforce server for our team? And then you all use Perforce, and then you can all, again, add Perforce to your resume, you got that there, and then better, all of your code, all your assets are gonna be version controlled. You can diff different versions of it, it's great. And move on to other areas. So these are tools. Let's talk techniques. These are the 2 big ones. Waterfall, still used in a lot of areas. Agile, I thought everyone had heard of Agile, but I've found out talking to a group of teachers who are working on curriculum every summer they come together, they had not heard of Agile or they weren't sure what it was. The games industry either tends to use Agile or some sort of hybrid waterfall Agile. Waterfall is you just have a milestone that you have to hit, and then that's when you get your payday from your publisher, or that's when you check it off and then you move on to your next milestone. Agile is about having a backlog of a bunch of tasks and taking them, and I'll talk a little bit more about detail on Agile because Agile tends to be where most studios are at. Also, later on, I'll talk about how you can use a super version of Agile if you're doing something like a game jam, how you can compress it down and get an amazing game out of it. So there are parts of Agile, you don't need them all. Poker planning sucks, don't use it, I hate it. We did use it once. A lot of people tell me I'm wrong on that, but hey, That's my opinion on that. If anyone wants to do a future talk and come up here and say why poker planning is great, you know, good talk for the future. But sprint planning is a great idea. It's a way of, well, you know, rather than just go through all these here, let's go through them in detail. So sprint planning, everyone comes together and they figure out what are they going to do for a sprint. A sprint can be anywhere from 2 weeks to 4 weeks long, and you just figure out, I want to go and accomplish X by the end of this. Once you figure that out, you have stand-ups. These might be 2 or 3 days a week. You could technically do them every single day, but usually that becomes cumbersome. I think if you're a smaller team, you can do it every day, but as you get bigger, less often actually might be more useful because you have more work that needs to be done. You take cards, move them from one side to the right. You can also do light-handed sprints where you have a thing up like Jira, and people go around and talk about what they work on by using the hand thing in Zoom, and then you just call on different people to go and talk about what they've worked on. At the end of every sprint, which again, end of every 2 or 4 weeks, you have a sprint review. Everyone from a discipline gives a very short highlight. Not everything. You might all have that one person in your class who wants to talk about every little detail of this thing and be like, I don't need to know about the textures of the tire of this car you built. Like, you know, so, you know, you want to keep it high level to keep the interest of people who may not be in your discipline. Very quick, listen to the audio, look at the models, look at the animations, talk about some code highlights, and then everyone has a rough idea of like where the project is going on. For individual teams, you have retros, and we use Miro, that charting tool, to run sticky notes over. We ask everyone ahead of time if they can add sticky notes, and if they don't, during the actual retro itself, people can live jump onto Miro and be adding sticky notes. You just basically said these last 2 or 4 weeks, however long your sprint was, what went right, what went wrong, and what are some things that you should start doing that you have never been doing on your team? What should you stop doing because you feel like that's hurting productivity? And what's something you're doing and you want to make sure that you keep doing it? You know, your person who set up your Perforce server might say, let's continue giving me caffeine. I really do need this to go and keep this stuff up and running. Purposely obfuscated a little bit, but that's like one of our Miro boards, what it looks like inside of, you know, when we're doing a retro. So this is the last bit. We're on the back end of the bits, tail end. This is some of the hard stuff. This is the stuff I didn't learn till, actually, some of it was in my MBA, and some of it was through books and just having to be out there in the workforce. So these are other good things to do on a team and in your job. If you're going to put out a game, let's say you're going to MagFest or PAX East, AwesomeCon, and you've got a demo of your game, you don't want to go and have a build and then have a break on the show floor. So what you do is, well before the actual release, let's say 6 or 7 days, you cut a release of your game, you know, in a separate directory, and you try it out and it fails. All right, you mark that as a bad build. All right, 5 days away, you try again. You fix that stuff. Oh, you got a bad build. The boss at level 2 ends up deleting the hard drive. Whoops, I got to fix that. 3rd day, you've got everything fixed up. It's great. You don't see any problems. You save the build. The problem is you don't get any sparkles when you pick up shinies. Some of the audio is ducking. It's a little bit off. And occasionally, the player glitches. But for the most part, a good build. You have stuff you have to fix, but save that build by itself. Grab it, save it, mark it as a good build. The next day, you fix those other glitches, was another bad build. So you're almost to the delivery, but do you know what? You're not sweating. You know you have a good build to show, and you just keep doing that all the way up. If you have another build that's even more perfect, you cut off that build as well. This is a simple concept. I'm sure everyone here is like, yeah, we get this, but so many indies don't do this. I know at MagFest, like I've seen many indies night beforehand said, we were up in our room trying to slam in like this one feature and it's breaking on the show floor. If you have older builds, you have known good builds you can copy in, use the good build, and then, you know, try to get the best build you can in front of the people. At shows like that, you want to play test. As an indie, you know, this is important. There's a lot of indie Discord boards out there, such as the IGDA, the big boards, and people are asking to play test all the time. Have your friends play test. If you have a capstone game, make sure you get people from the other teams to play your game. You know, it's a simple thing, and start early, not when it's done, not when it's all ready. Play early, because the whole idea of making a good game is refining the pieces that aren't working early on. And if you wait till you have the complete game, you're going to have something that's janky, and it'll probably be too late to change anything that you find from those playtests. Gonna get a little touchy-feely here. A little touchy-feely, one-on-ones. We didn't do this for a while at Firaxis, and I learned about this from the MBA, and I started doing this on my team. It was different places will do this either once every 2 months. Some places do it once every month. I've heard you're supposed to do it every 2 weeks. That's way too often for all the stuff we have going on, but we have 4-week-long sprints, so I now try to go and meet with my team members at least once. I set up 30 minutes. I try to make sure there's no 30 minutes afterwards, so in case something goes long, I have that buffer afterwards. And we talk about whatever. That 30 minutes time is like usually meet and just say like, you know, how's life going? And sometimes we don't even talk about work. We talk about what's happening in life. Other times we do talk about work, stuff that's stressing them out. Sometimes a combination of the two. It's really interesting where this can go. The first time I meet with someone, I have a whole list of things that I ask. There's about 12 or 14 questions. And you know, if someone is interested in that, you know, talk to me afterwards. I can recommend a book I got these questions from. And it's good to do. But also, if you see someone every morning, you know, getting coffee or something, and you're chatting for like 10 or 15 minutes, you don't need to do these formal once a month one-on-ones, because you're already talking one-on-one with a person informally almost every day. Good to do. It's a different dynamic than doing it with a group. Highly recommend it. It's probably good for teams too. If any of you have been put onto a team or a part of a team at school that maybe one of the people were not really working out so well, this can be amazing to help the team dynamics, to help empathy towards why this person is effing up the project, not showing up, not getting back to the calls, you know, or why other people are arrogant or whatnot. A lot of it is just miscommunication and feelings, and the one-on-ones do amazing to help understand where people are coming from, so then the project can move forward. They're hard conversations, and this is, I know we are on time. I don't want to go and jump too long onto this, but if you do have to have a hard conversation, like there's been an issue, it's been ongoing, here's the recommendation to do this. And again, I've had to grab this from multiple places because no one told me, here's how you properly have a hard conversation. First, don't do it around other people. That can get awkward and weird. There's stories I've done in college where I did that. Don't do that. Don't hold it in a common place where you're normally at. It's usually best to find a neutral place, a place that you're normally not at. Done that too. I had to have a hard conversation. I'm like, well, let's do it in a familiar place because then it won't add another variable. No. It's actually more beneficial, if you can, to try to have the hard conversation in a neutral place. And the last one, and this is something I learned just this last year, avoid the compliment sandwich. That's where you say something nice, then you say what the real problem is, and then you say another nice thing, because it confuses the F out of the issue. If you have a hard issue, talk to the person about that only hard issue. So you need to have a hard conversation. Here's the quick way you go about this. Introduce it. Ask if it's a good time to have the conversation. State your motive. You have the best interest. Describe the observed behavior. We had a team meeting. Collision's not working. You said you were going to get collision working on these levels. It's now been 2 weeks and we're starting to fall behind. But we haven't seen you actually helping with this. Share the impact of it. Because you've not been doing this, we now have other people who feel they need to start learning the collision system of the engine to take over for you. And this is costing them time to go and do other art assets that we need in the game. Have a dialogue. Ask them if that's fair, get their perspective, understand where they're coming from. have a suggestion based on what they say. Like, you know, if you have conflicts because things keep coming up because you have a younger brother and they need tutoring, you know, have an alternative time already figured out with us so that we can meet, or as soon as you're done tutoring, send us a message on Discord and maybe we can do a late night conversation about the collision. Get agreement on the next steps that the person should take, and then make sure you say thank you. This is really important because it is a hard conversation. They're sitting down, they're talking to you about something hard. This is key. This is something I still need practice on. I haven't done this nearly enough, but you know, someone much smarter than me came up with this system, and when I have used it, it has been really good to go and solve hard problems. And making video games involves people, and it's not always the code. It's not always the engine that's the hard problem. It's usually the team dynamics which really can muck things up. Oh yeah, and avoid that compliment sandwich. Let's quickly talk bytes. There are a lot of different engines out there. These byte tips are universal. So this is kind of a pet peeve, but more of a pro tip. You don't want to tack booleans on the end of your function signatures. What do I mean? Is that gobbledygook? Let me show you. So if you have update controls and you pass true or false, what the heck does that mean? You know? It's bad tacking on booleans, no idea. Even worse, have one of them be a default. Is the default true or the default false? Well, from the calling site, you've got no idea. So now you don't know what true or false does, and now you don't know what the default is. So that's going to go and add a lot of mental work to whoever is going to use the function, or just blindly copy and paste code they think is working in one area and tank your performance later on. Does this help at all? Questionable, passing a variable. Okay, so I know that the true or false has something to do with resetting, but there's a better way. Just make two functions. Don't reuse your function. If one of them is to update the controls, another is to reset your controls, make another function. It's very simple. It is more work than adding a boolean to existing function, but you'd be surprised the number of times people do this. And there's a reason you want to avoid tacking on a boolean, because there might be other parameters too. It's addictive. It is addictive. Does anyone here have tattoos? Few people. Are tattoos addictive? I've heard they are. Not for you, okay. I have a friend who's got a tattoo, and he said they're addictive, and they look awesome. That's the good sort of addictive. You want to go and get some tattoos, addictive. Booleans are the bad sort of addictive, all right? So if you want to do something that's fun and artistic, get a tattoo. You want to do something bad and artistic, you start adding booleans to your functions. Let me show you, because once you get one, you want to put another one on there. You just start doing it. It's an addictive behavior. Recalc true, true. What if I put false true in there? What if I put true false? What if I put false false in there? What does that happen? You know, no idea. If you make them optional, also, it's even worse. You have no idea what recalc does, and you're saying like, all right, am I really like overemphasizing this? I'm doing this because this actually is code from AAA. I'm not saying from what game, what engine, what where, but this is true. This is code. And if you notice this, I had a look at this, and there were call sites all over that had different combinations. It was addictive. Once there was one boolean, someone's like, well, we need another function. We'll add another boolean on there. Well, it does most of this. We'll add another. There should have been a refactoring a lot early on. This code shipped. God help us if we have to go and add or edit anything on here. So don't add the booleans to the end. Refactor your code. If you need to go and do something that's addictive, get a tattoo. Don't oversubscribe. This is my one other bit and common. This is buckle up. 2-for-1 coding advice. Are you ready? All right, here we go. So this looks like a lot of code going on here. We just have an event listener. We have a flag up there. We're listening for for whenever unit movement changes. Whenever this unit movement changes happens, we look to go and see whether or not this event that came in, this is JavaScript, this could be C#, whatever, comes in there. We see if our ID equals our flag ID. If it doesn't equal our ID, just return. Don't do our stuff. Otherwise, update movement, do some stuff. So in a game like Civ, a place this might happen is all the flags that we have on the map are all over the place. There are all these little flags that we have right above every single unit. And we're like, oh, if we do this code, we have to update the flag. Well, we got to update all the ones that we have on the screen there. And we signal because every single flag is listening. These are the ones on the screen. Then you got all the ones off the screen that you also have to go and update. And if you're in a late game, there might be hundreds of these. So it seems like a pretty small, inconsequential thing to put in. At the start of your project, there's going to be no performance impact. But by the time you get to the end of your project, you're going to be like, why is everything going 10 frames a second? I'm such a good programmer. And it's from something that you stuck in there earlier on with the event listener. So how do you solve this? The trick is this. You don't listen to the flag. Don't do that. No. Listeners is a great pattern, but if you listen to the flag, as we see, you have to call out every single flag, and even once you hit the one that you want, it's still going to call out all the others. Here's the trick. Instead of the flag, you make a manager. You create an array of your elements, in this case, an array of flags. You have a manager, which has that array of flags. You listen once. Your manager listens, and then it goes through the array, which is a lot faster than calling out to each flag. It's probably all inside the cache. It's all so coherent. And once it goes through there, it can do the check to see whether or not the ID matches or not. And if so, it will call it. There's a bonus too. Once it found the one, it can return. So it can end early. So when you actually listen, calls the manager, looks, bam, hits the immediate flag, and you're done. So one other, here's the 2-for-1. That's the big one right there. Create a manager to listen, and then keep an array of all your elements and just call the one element. You'll save a ton of time. The 2-for-1 is this. If you do that, and this update function, whatever you have, ends up deleting it from the array that you have, how can you safely do an update if it's going to remove itself? Maybe an update movement flag's like, oh, you ran out of movement, it removes the flag, it kills a unit or something. There's one little change you can do. It's the craziest trick. I don't know if everyone is surprising. You're all like zeroed in. You're not like tired or anything. I don't know what's going on here. This is amazing. Does anyone know what the one trick would be here so that if it deleted, if the flag, when it called update movement, if it deleted itself and no longer need to be in flags, how we could safely keep running through here? Oh, yeah? Continue a break, that's a good one. That's a good one. You get out of there and you don't have to worry about it. Yeah? Could move it out of the way, yeah, and then delete it. That's a safe thing to do. One more person? Yes. Yes! Give that guy a cookie. Yes, 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 yes. Iterate the other way. It sounds crazy, but don't start at the beginning and go to the end. Go to the end and get back to the beginning, because then if you knock it out, you'll just keep going back to the beginning. Here we don't have to worry about it because we can leave early. Sometimes you can't leave the party early. Sometimes you still got to loop through all your stuff. And so if that's the case, if it deletes out, looping through from the end back to the beginning, simple, small little thing you do, but it makes you safe later on. So there we go. We looked at this. Use your own manager instead of native subscribing. The benefits are your call overhead, one instead of to your manager, one event dispatch instead of n times to all the different flags. Reduces garbage collection. If you're using C++, this means nothing to you. But if you're using C# or TypeScript or anything that's a garbage collected language, you create less garbage because you're making less calls. Save a tree. And you get to early exit. So if you want to early exit, you can. So as soon as you find your match, bam, you're out of there. You don't have to keep hanging around doing things with other items. If you like things like this, highly recommend this book, not because it's just free. It said free, get that title down. You can get it online and you can get the free version. But if you like it, buy the book. This guy is amazing. He has another book for all the, if any of you are like me and are like super nerds, there's this really amazing book he just came out, which is all about compilers. And it's not as much games, but it's good too. But if you're just into game design and different algorithms, then this is a really good book to go and get, and it's going to help you organize your code, whether you're using Godot, Unity, Unreal, or your custom homegrown engine. It's excellent. Talking a little bit about engines, at Firaxis, there are two that we use. We have our own homegrown C++ engine, CivTech. C++ for the main engine. In the past, we used to use Lua on the UI side, and now we're using TypeScript, which transpiles to JavaScript. And then we also use Unreal, which is C++ and Blueprint based. The only reason I mention this is Unity is an amazing engine. We do have a few studios here that use Unity, but a lot of the local studios, if they're not using a homegrown engine, tend to lead toward Unreal. And I know that for whatever reason, I think Unity seems to be the predominant engine that's taught at a lot of the universities around here, which is good. But if you get a chance, take a look at Unreal, learn some Unreal, particularly if you want to work at one of the local studios, or you want to work at a studio, because I think not even locally, Unreal is used for so much of the games industry. But also, again, I'd like to encourage you all, you can create your own studio. You can, make that in Unity, make it in your own game engine, whatever. You can make your own studio. Now for the bonus part. The bonus part, again, I'm not totally qualified for. So I'd like to bring down El Medina. El worked with me back at Firaxis, and we got back together this last year for the Global Game Jam, where the theme was Bubble. And hadn't used Unreal since 2018, so I had to refresh my skills. El had never used Unreal, and we're like, what better way to do Unreal than than do it in a game jam? So I'll turn it over to him to go and talk about some of the art side of using Unreal and inside of a game jam.
Thank you, Tronster. How awesome is Tronster? Give him another hand here. So I'm going to talk about, who am I? My name is Eliezer Medina. I just do a quick overview of who I am and why maybe you want to hear. I've been doing animation and artwork for 30 years. I worked on big movies. I worked on Iron Giant. I worked on Space Jam. I was a lead effects animator for Celebrity Deathmatch of MTV. I was the guy who was the actual UI artist for Command and Conquer with Katie and Tronster. I worked on XCOM for the first couple of years to do that, among other projects that we were doing there. Worked on Firaxis Facebook game that was there. Went to Zynga, worked on Farmville, made them $1 million and stuff like that over and over again. And now I'm an art director for Amtote, which is another company here. So I've been there for like 11 years. One of the key things is once you are doing really great stuff with really great people, you always want to do something with them, even if you are separated in different studios. I've known Tronster for almost 20 years now, and we just want to go and always trying to do some games together, trying to be together. And he said, hey, why don't we just do a game jam? 55 years old. I was like, I was okay. You want to do a game jam? Felt like Leonidas in 300. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. But doing that, you just get that closeness of friendship. Ezra is here, and he's part of the UMBC. He's a student here, so he was with us. While you guys were probably jamming here, he was at home with me, jamming with me. So this one's to kind of go over, like, just artwork. These are the things I really don't hear. You always kind of, especially with indie artists, like, if I'm drawing the entire game, this is what I'm thinking about. This is what we're kind of looking through here. So like Tronster was saying, the game topic was bubbles. So I was just like, okay, well, we can make a simple game, right? We can make a game about a machine that shoots out bubbles, but I don't want that. I want to push myself as an animator, as an artist, and start really having like a live character in there. So this year is going to be the 50th anniversary of Jaws. So I was like, oh, well, that's going to be a topic, a shark, a Jaws. Everybody loves Shark Week. So I went to Tronster and said, hey, okay, what do we do? A game about a shark, some kind of thing that we kind of do. I always think about Saturday Night Live, Land Shark. So I was just like, oh, let's do something funny. And so when you see the first character that's there, it's this shark that basically has a fin you know, in a different way. The colors are blue, very vibrant colors, and he's got a red jacket. First key thing of designing a character, this is what they taught me at Disney. When you draw a character and you finish it and you really like that character, draw the outline of that character and make it into a silhouette. If you can recognize that character in a simple silhouette, you've made a great character. Don't think about a character as just putting him in there. Make your character iconic. Because if you think that way, then you're going to make it that way. So if you look at my character here, he looks a little bit like a Ninja Turtle. He's got his teeth. You know, I made his teeth like really yellow, and the dot really, you know, and the red, like a red dot, because that's what you see, right? I mean, when you have a laser, a cat will always look at this red dot, you know. So as we're going through that, you know, this is meaning a team. This is meaning of a game jam team. You know, there was like 3 guys we never even met before. You know, had no idea. That's another thing when you think about games and you're thinking about your game design. If you can create a game that's just naturally, inherently understood by somebody in every way, that's a great, you know. So if I'm making a game about like a laser, you know, robot, and it's going to be smoky, that's going to be hard. But if I tell you I'm making a game about water and fish, you know, everybody can have an idea of it. So when we went to, as a team, we all came together and said, hey, you know, what are the main bad guys? The first one was, oh, we're going to do a clownfish, or we're going to do rocks, and you're going to have a, an octopus. So these are the characters that we can't do. I wanted to do a sad clownfish because I thought that was kind of more funny. So then you're doing your main character, right? And your character is like, not only are you working with the silhouette, you kind of what is making your character really exciting for you as a player to do? What is his movement? How does you feel like he's thinking? So you could see, even in this row of animation, I wanted the character to kind of feel like he's like moving and thinking as you're going left and right with him, and you know, he's kind of swimming, you know, because that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do like a game that's like a ball, kind of like a Pong, a breakout kind of game, very simple, you know, can't do too complex, but having a bad guy in it. So here I'm trying to test it all out and kind of like seeing what I can do, because now I have feet to deal with, I have a fin to deal with, you know, his head is thinking. So we can hit the other screen. So this is literally me and Ezra in the morning. You know, we do sprint planning. That's what Tonto was saying. We do agile. Every 2 hours we were going, you know, talking to each other. What did you do in these 2 hours? What can you do in the next 2 hours?
2-hour sprints.
2-hour sprints. Now that's a key thing to really understand your skills. That's why I do, you know, that you want to do a game jam, because it shows you your skill level. What do you know? What can you know? If you can't do this, then you know you're missing a thing. But 2-hour sprints, and he was also talking about sprint planning, is like when you go to a company, you are telling the company, well, in 3 days, I will deliver this. And the company looks at you and says, okay, well, we won't give you work more than that because you promised us this. So those are the things you have to think about. So this is me just talking about me and the animation. You can see my hands are always kind of, and kind of going over it. Once we did that, we had to do like a layout. Like, what is this kind of like breakout kind of game? And here I'm thinking, well, I always loved that game of like David and Goliath, that concept of one big character going against you as a little character, and then thinking about like how are you going to throw the ball, you know, if it's going to get hit. So this is essential, because then Contraster can kind of play with this and says, is this the size we want? You know, is the bad guy cool enough and scary enough? And you know, and I think this is a really good starting point, because it gave him a really like, all right, go over with this. And the other artists who I didn't know, they can kind of play off of this. Yeah. So this is like the beginning. This is like the first steps of like, okay, you know, he can kind of swing, he can kind of move, you know, do all this animation. You know, so really quickly, I want to go over like you know, in theory of like, if you guys are just programmers and you just want to do games, find an artist. You know, there is an animation department here. Go find one, you know, because those guys want to do games too. And they're thinking about things differently at times than you are. They're thinking about path of action, color concepts, motions, mood. So, you know, when you are doing your own game, make it look as pro as you can, because that's what they want to do. So I have a character that's basically, you know, really like that blue with the red. So when I gave my art direction to the guy who was doing the background, I said, well, in the beginning, it's going to be the clownfish, because it's going to be a little light, You know, you're gonna understand that humor. But then you go into the rockfish, that's gonna be a little darker. Then you're gonna go into like, you know, the octopus, which is gonna be really dark, you know. So you feel the tension as you keep going and going, and you're kind of learning. So that was a pretty cool. So this is Edward playing the game, and you can see how the purple is there, and how, like, you know, the eye beams. It's like a Spider-Man, so that's easy to be like, oh yeah, I can, you know, recognize. You can play. Does it play, or is this just him? You know. And so you can just, even with that size, so you can kind of see, you know, we were trying to figure out, and this is, like I said, this is just 2 days, right? This is just a 24-hour, 48-hour game jam. So I'm just still playing around with the spin of him, like, because I wanted, you know, and maybe if I had one more day or one more couple of hours, I would have maybe figured out a way where I can kind of feel like he's kind of turning it so that when he swings it up, he can see us. But you can see as we're getting closer and closer with these characters, they're getting into a darker world. You know, they're if we had to play with it even more, it would have been much more of a Tetris kind of feel with the rock character, where he may have had like a little back of his head, maybe had like a center point where we could really, you know, hit him. And then like with the octopus, you know, there's so many cool theories we would have had with him, and we did do some animation with these characters that we didn't even have, and that's kind of something to say that, you know, what's the essential part of your game? You know, what is going to make the game fun? You could always add stuff, but that's not going to make your game better if you don't have the core of it being better. And one of the things that I was going to think about with this character was just like, if you're breaking the bubble, you know, maybe one of his tentacles is coming out, and that attacks you. So you're defeating him, but yet you're making him more complicated, and you have to think more. So those are the things that we couldn't even put in, but we kind of had it, you know, for 48 hours, it wasn't really that bad. So, you know, find yourself an artist. They'll help you with color theory, making your game look great, you know, animation-wise. And, you know, I think, you know, how we did it with Agile and planning, we made a really great game. Yeah. That's it. That's all I have.
Yeah, let me grab it. I don't know if we have time. If we have time for any questions for Elle or myself, or that we do. Oh, for you. February this year. Yeah, you can get it right now off of itch.io. No, that was a great comment. We want it to look like an old school. You know, we talked a lot about like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out sort of concept, you know, with the pixel art style that we had there and the gameplay mechanics. So.
Right. When I was doing it, I was literally looking at Earthworm Jim again. You know, there is a point where you're looking at all the old games, but there's this Earthworm Jim really stood up, you know. That was the standard of like, oh, this animation can look like this now. And so I kind of kept it there.
Yes.
Is that a 2D game in Unreal Engine?
Yes. and that's what we're doing. Unreal Engine has this great system called Paper 2D, and there is a third-party indie studio that has an add-on, free add-on called Paper ZD that takes the Paper 2D system and then like supercharges it. So between that, there's a guy named Cobra Code, which is a pretty badass name. Cobra Code has a bunch of tutorials out there on Udemy and YouTube, and you can do some pretty powerful stuff in the 2D space with Unreal. And also the hybrid, the 2D, 3D space, which is something that we're exploring right now. Oh, yeah. Yes?
Real quick question about the flag manager thing from earlier. Why does iterating over it in reverse give you better result from iterating it in normal order?
It gives you the same it gives you the same performance and all. It's if you delete a flag, if calling that update when you found it, and if you don't return early, so you got to keep going backwards. Think about it, if you're moving up an array and you delete something, well now your whole array slides down and then you're going to skip one. So, yeah. And this has come up multiple times. This isn't like, oh, this thing happened this one time. No, this has come up at least half a dozen times in the AAA space. So, yeah. Other questions? I saw someone somewhere over here. Oh, yes. Paper 2D isn't labeled deprecated. Seems to be working great with 5.5 or 5.6, whatever the latest one is. I hope not, because we've been loving it so far, and it seems to have a lot of. Oh yeah, sweet. Other questions? Yes. I think it's the paradigm of like the pull versus the push for the paradigm is a known paradigm, and it's not that hard to do the mental gymnastics, but like behind the scenes, the stuff that a lot of people would not need to use as an indie is its ability for just streaming, for how it streams, how it branches, how it allows replication. And so if you need it, stuff that's beyond what I comprehend, and our IT department and our build tools guys know much better than me, or like if you need it to have a Perforce server in Canada, which is replicating one down here, and you need it also not to be on the internet, so you're not setting up your own Git server. So it's got a lot of very big, good pro stuff. It's going to say Unreal, I know is a first-class citizen with Perforce, so you can even do diffs now in it. But I think Git also has a plugin for Unreal as well too. And so it might have also been just because it's been the source control system that's been around the longest that it's been the most adopted by the studios because it's a known quantity. Yes? Is a bad thing if you were to use the tool directly itself. But inside of Unreal, there's a way you can diff blueprints in there. So because they're binary, typically you want ASCII to be in there because then you can do your diffs inside of Perforce itself with their diff tool, or use Beyond Compare or some other tool to go and compare the two. But if you're funneling that binary information out and you have something that knows how to read both sides of the revisions in there and can show you something in a meaningful way, then it doesn't matter if it's Unreal or some other tool either. But Unreal can take its binary files, and show you a diff, so you can understand what's different between the two versions. That I don't know, because I have not done enough Unreal stuff this year. Hadn't used it since 2018 and just started using it again. And our project hasn't gotten big enough yet that I've had a merge conflict. So I'm kind of not looking forward to that day. I'm hoping it works out well. So we will see. Other questions? Had a few tech questions, an art one. We also, production questions. Although the production questions, I know some of you were like, oh, yep. Books on production. I mainly lean more towards, I guess, a lot of the leadership-based books will help the most. I mean, I know they're books just on production, and because I'm not a producer by trade, it's a little dry for me. But I find books on leadership to be amazing. Even ones like I enjoy the Ravens, but I'm not huge into football. And there was a book I read recently that followed one of the coaches and his philosophy of turning a losing team into a winning team. And there are so many good nuggets of information where I'm like, this is completely applicable to game development in a game development team. So finding those books, if you really want to know, Ryan, I'll hit you up, or I'll put it up on the Discord, IGDA Discord or something, some of my book recommendations. So if anyone wants to find it, go to the IGDA Discord. If you're not on there yet, sign up. If you need to know more about it, talk to Ryan. He is the chair. Yeah. The far back. This is very good for me, because right now I've been having to relearn it. YouTube is amazing. Elle told me this years ago. He's like, you can learn anything on YouTube, and it is. And I was like, yeah. And not that reading's bad, but yeah, it is all on YouTube. You just have to go and look and sometimes dig. I found that some of the higher quality stuff, like for 2D, because it's a little bit more niche, I found one guy on YouTube who was very good, this guy, the Cobra Code guy, and he said, I have a Udemy course. And it was, I think, 50 or 60 bucks. And I'm like, but it's like, if I signed up in the next 24 hours, I could get it for 11 bucks. And I'm like, that's like 2-3 tacos at Taco Bell. It's probably worth it. So worth it. And basically, before the game jam, I did his one course I got for 11 bucks. It had like 4 or 5 projects. I had only done the first 2 projects and maybe 1 or 2 other YouTube videos, and that was taking my existing programming skills and being able to translate it over on that. The trick is just sitting down and doing the entire tutorial. That's the hardest thing, is not like going onto Discord, not going onto Twitch to watch people, not playing a game, but being disciplined and be like, all right, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to turn off all distractions, going to fire up this Udemy course on one screen. On the other screen, I've got my Unreal, and then just plugging through for an hour or 2 at a time for a few days. Yes. I can't tell you those. No. What do you mean? I think a lot of it is just the teaming stuff, and I got to figure out a way. I wish I could make those slides even more exciting, but like, it is so important to work well as a team, which is why I dedicated so much time to it here. And it's like, and that's true not only in games, but like even in the corporate world. I could have done much better in that old Dilbert job that I had if I was even better at teaming. Even though I was leading 12 engineers, I could have climbed that corporate ladder that much quicker if I knew how to interface with other departments and just, play the game, which is, a lot of it is, just trying to figure out how to connect with other people, knowing that other people, other teams have their own motivations, and then work out what I need to do, what my team needs to do, and how we can somehow set expectations. Because a lot of the issues you have when you're making a game is, misset expectations. Sometimes it's due to misjudging skill level, someone's thinking they could do more than they could, and just communicating with everyone so that when things do start to go south, people can be like, all right, let's pivot, let's figure out how we can work with it, rather than, put on the cloth of shame and be like, no, I can't tell people why I'm doing so bad. I'll just work harder and, and fail or whatnot. So it's not so much a secret, but it's a lot harder to do to have the good communication, and that is also something I'm still working on. I figure everyone can get better at being empathetic and working to, just be able to connect and figure out how to go and get the best out of other people, of the team members, knowing where they're at and how to push people to the point where they're growing, but not, getting too crispy or, breaking. Yes. Yes.
That was a trick question.
I know. I was like, yeah, hands down.
I think one of the things that you have to think about when you're doing a game, one of the philosophies that I remember hearing from Sid, was that a game that you're doing is a living thing. It really is a living thing. So the more you feed it, the more it becomes alive. So when you're doing a game, always be attentive of like a build a day. Every day have a fresh build. Don't have a broken build. Because you can't play a broken build. Like Chauncey was saying, even if there was a broken build, go back to the one that's working, because that's the one you can kind of go back to. Another philosophy that I use is the game is the ego. My art isn't the ego. Chauncey's programming isn't the ego. But when you combine something together and you do something really good and it plays really well, that's the ego. Yeah. The ego is that game. Then you can do another game. So these are the things that you kind of have to, kind of work with when you're working with artists, when you're with programmers, creative directors, and producers.
I think we're out of time. But if you guys have more questions, you can always ask these fine gentlemen in the remaining 15 minutes that we have at our little mingling session until 6.
So clap it up for our
Yeah, thank you all. You've been great. Fantastic.